Well, welcome everyone to Minds Matter Houston. I'm Portia Johnson. I'm the executive director for Black Girl Health Foundation. So happy to be back in Houston for a second year in a row. And I'm so happy to be able to continue our Minds Matter program for the residents in Texas. In Houston and the surrounding areas. This is such an important program because our mental health matters. During this program, you'll be able to get different resources that you need, hopefully, to help motivate you and steer you in the right direction to improving your mental health and stability. You'll be able to even learn and get introduced to new professionals in your area that you may want to patronize their businesses and learn more how they can help you personally. So we have a lot of great stuff in store. So the different types of workshops that we have today um, are breathe deep yoga retreat. We always start with some yoga, so I think that is a great way to center yourself and prepare you for the rest of the workshops throughout the day. And then we have On the Pathway to Positive, and that is a workshop about prenatal mental health and how mental health can positively affect or negatively affect infertility struggles. And also postpartum depression. We have Mind Over Money. Finances always racks your mind, right? It can be very, very frustrating. So it's important to get your mind right so you'll be able in turn to get your money right, right? So de-stress with fitness. We're going to loosen up with some fitness in the middle of our workshop series. Going green, nutrition is everything. What you put in your body affects your mind. And I think people tend to forget that. And we're going to end our workshop series with improving prenatal mental health with massages and just talking about massages, period, and how that can improve your mental health. And I know massages is very important for. I make sure that I get a massage at least every month. Probably need to do it more than once a month, but that is very, very important to. It's a very important tool that I think women can take advantage of to de-stress. Before we get started, I would like to thank our partners and sponsors because this could not happen without them. I would like to give a special thanks to Marilyn Anderson Cancer Center for the second year in a row. They have partnered and sponsored our Minds Matter Houston event. We love them, and it's so great to partner with them once again. And Beaumont Public Library System, we definitely they are a new partner of ours, and we thank you guys for being a part of our Minds Matter program this year. So again, thank you so much for our sponsors and partners for making this happen for the residents of Texas and in Houston. So without further ado, I'm going to get started. We're going to actually get started with our kickoff presenters, and no other to kick off our Minds Matter workshop event than to kick it off with the mayor of Beaumont, and that is Miss Robin Mountain. Mayor.
Hello, I'm Mayor Robin Mouton. On behalf of the City of Beaumont and the Greater Houston area, I would like to welcome you all to the 2022 Minds Matter Conference. We're so thankful you're here and appreciate you taking the time to learn about such an important topic. Mental health truly does affect all of us. Nearly 1 in 5 adults in the U.S. is living with some form of mental illness, which is an astounding number if you think about it. Take a second to picture your own circle of colleagues, friends, and your family. Do you know who among them may have more going on than meets the eye? Beyond the everyday stress of today's world, living through a pandemic and now a war, the onset of depression, anxiety, or other mental illness can be triggered by anything from a breakup to financial stress at any point in life. The more we talk about, listen to, and learn about mental health and well-being, the more we begin to normalize these topics. Mental health includes emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, how we feel, and act. It determines how we handle stress, relate to others, and make choices. Mental illness is important at every stage of our life, from childhood and the teenage years through adult and retirement. Many factors contribute to a person's mental health and well-being, from biological factors to life experiences and environment. In this conference, you'll hear about some of the necessary coping mechanisms to interact with your colleagues, family, friends, and community. On a day-to-day basis, we all have to communicate with and work with people from various backgrounds who we may not always agree with. As mayor, no one knows this better than me, but coming from a place of understanding and empathy make each of those interactions a learning experience. By simply making an effort to make people feel heard and understood, the less alone they feel, which is why it's so important you're attending this session. By learning about early warning signs, we can begin to identify warning signs in ourselves and others. We thank you for taking the time to make mental health priority, for making Southeast Texas and our community better. I hope you find the conference educational and enjoyable. Thank you for attending.
Yes, I would like to thank the mayor, Mayor Mouton, for taking some time out to give that message to the residents of Texas. Our next kickoff presenter is a Houston City Council woman, and that is Miss Letitia Plummer. Letitia.
Hello, Black Health Foundation and guests. I am Dr. Letitia Plummer, your City of Houston Council Member at Large, position number 4. And I want to talk to you a little about the importance of mental health and mental well-being. In our Black community, mental health issues are taboo, and mental well-being is non-existent, even though Black people lead in mental health issues at a much higher rate of disparity and inequity. Do you know that Black women are more likely than any other group to experience the common mental health issues? Very few Black people seek treatment of mental health issues. And when they do, it's often at a time of crisis, when the police are involved, the criminal justice system, or social services. Before we get to that point, our community needs to understand and be proactive about every aspect of our health, including mental health. On that note, I hope that you pick up on all the great tips from all the amazing speakers at this conference today. And thank you, Black Health Foundation, for focusing on this very important topic.
Thank you so much, Dr. Plummer, for taking time out to do that, to help and join us in kicking off of Minds Matter Houston. Next, I would like to send it over to Councilman of Beaumont, A.J. Turner, from his car, I should say.
I am Albert A.J. Turner, Beaumont City Councilman at Large. Thank you so much, Portia and Black Girl Health. I think it's amazing what your organization does. Mental health is a crucial aspect in our community, and I think it definitely needs to be focused, and it has to have an emphasis on it, and you guys are doing that. So once again, I salute you and thank you. I'm a husband of a beautiful Black woman, and I have 4 young, beautiful Black princesses, and I think it's important that we focus on the mental health issues, specifically in the African-American community, because I think they are sometimes overlooked. So I salute you guys. Keep up the good work. I'm here to support you 100%, and anything I can do to help you guys, let me know. And once again, this is Albert A.J. Turner, City Councilman at Large. Much love, much respect.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Tuner. Last but not least, Cordella Lyon. She's a registered nurse and program coordinator of preventing screenings at Baptist Hospitals of Southeast Texas, and a community advocate. And she joins us. And I would like to send it over to her for our last kickoff speaker for this morning.
Thank you, Portia, and thank you for inviting me to share this wonderful platform with our great Black young women. Black Girl Health Foundation is addressing the needs of our women. It is great to see that we are looking at mental health and wellness as the foundation of our physical health and wellness. Now, looking at physical health and wellness, as we, also share, the importance of mental health and wellness, we realize that, guess what? It also takes care of our economic wealth or academic wealth. So make sure Black women understand mental health and mental wellness is important. Seek the resources to stay healthy. Share the resources when you find them, and understand that each one of us will help the other to build that individual resilience, which will ensure we have community resilience. Now, I am thrilled to be a part of Minds Matter 2022. I know this is a great platform, and this kickoff is going to do wonderful things to bring mental health awareness to communities across the country. And I just want you to understand how phenomenal you are and how transformational this platform is, as we are going to take charge of our mental health and wellness going forward. Now, what I have for you is a poem. And this poem is to symbolize just our resilience, strength, and grit, and the diversity that we share. Understand, we're going to honor truth, and we are going to make sure that wherever we are, we're bringing the best of us. So here we go. Smile, because your strength is contagious. When they see you, they see all of us. African, Caribbean, Asian, Latina, American. We are children of the universe. We belong where we stand. Tall, short, skinny, and extra cute. The tag on that shirt has nothing to do with our worth. Stand tall and own your space. Speak up. Let your voices be heard, your thoughts, your dreams, and your truth. Women, sisters, daughters, moms, cis and trans, kinky knots, waves, curls or twists, braids, cornrows, afros, and wigs. Your beautiful hair is the crown that is gifted by our queens and kings. You're not who they want you to be. You're who you are. Introverted, extroverted, assertive, and self-assured. Be who you are and watch the world adjust to your resilience, your grit, and your fight for that which is just. Caramel, honey, chocolate, and licorice. The hue of your skin glistens like sun on ice. Love your skin, love your curves, love your weird. Love who you see in the mirror when your face appears. Engineers, artists, entrepreneurs, nurses, doctors, teachers. Your creative brains, altruistic minds, and nurturing souls give birth to nations that are new and old, with a strength that forces you to be meek and bold. Love yourselves, try new things, learn from your mistakes, enjoy your wins. You are phenomenal women, brave and strong. The world needs you. You are right where you belong. Thank you, everyone. I know this is going to be a great event. I'm thrilled to be a part of it. Congratulations, Portia. Minds Matter 2022 is off and running. Have a fantastic day.
Well, Cordella, that was absolutely amazing. Phenomenal women, Black women, you are phenomenal. And I always try to recite, in my head that I am wonderfully, I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. And I think that, it helps me when I'm going through stuff. And just like Cordella said, that you are phenomenal, really saying these affirmations, talking to yourself, positive to yourself. I think that helps, your mental stability. So I thank you so much, Cordella. Thank you so much, AJ Tuner, Councilman Beaumont. Thank you so much, Dr. Plummer, Councilwoman of Houston. And thank you again, Mayor Mouton, as well for, kicking off this what will be a wonderful event. So without further ado, we're running a little bit behind time, so I need to cut all the small talk. Really quickly, everyone comment if talk to your presenters, talk to the presenters, let them know, what you're thinking, your thoughts about what they're presenting. We want to hear from you. I want to hear, hey girl, hey, I want to know that you're watching. So if you also, during this event, you'll hear a lot about Black Girl Health and our sisterhood. If you're liking what you're seeing and you want to be a part of the sisterhood, definitely you'll see the link in the comments to join, which is membership.blackgirlhealth.com. You'll see that link in the comments throughout the event. So you'll also see evaluations because we want you to complete a little quick survey and let us know how we're doing. So we want to hear from you. So don't be afraid to talk to us and comment. All right, I'm going to shut up now. So we're going to start with yoga right after the break. So stay with us.
What did it take for me to overcome breast cancer? It took the crucial first step of choosing MD Anderson Cancer Center. It took a unique multi-team approach and a comprehensive treatment plan so personalized that I trusted my doctors with my life. It took a deeper level of expertise to triumph over breast cancer and handle anything that comes my way.
What will we do in the pursuit of making cancer history? Whatever it takes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sherelle, and I am so excited to be one of the first facilitators with you all here as we highlight and more so uplift mental health awareness. First off, I want to say, hey, Houston, and everyone else, wherever you are in the world, welcome. I'm so glad to be here with you all. On my side of the world, afternoon may be different where you are, but I also want to give a special shout out to Black Girl Health. I've been a member for a number of years now, and it has definitely enriched my life. I also want to shout out Portia, who is doing amazing work with this Minds Matter campaign, because sometimes when life happens and we're pulled in all different types of directions, we can forget that our minds do matter. Our mental health matters. And so with that, I want to share with you all a deep breathing exercise. That's how we're going to kind of start out with this deep breath yoga retreat. And so if you have a yoga mat, that's great. If you don't, that's okay. You don't need one. You can just come to have a comfortable seat on your mat, your pillow, your blanket, or whatever you have available. That's great. And we're going to start just doing something that we normally do, but we're going to bring conscious awareness to our breathing. Because if you are breathing, you are still here for a reason, and you have purpose in life. Sometimes we can feel overwhelmed and overrun, and we can feel so burned out. But breathing restores that hope that we are here for a reason, that we are here because there is still purpose in our life. And so I hope that you remember that today as we breathe. You can come to find a comfortable seated position, sitting up nice and tall. You can relax your hands on your legs, or you can just relax your arms down by your side on the floor. And with your eyes open or closed, we are going to take the journey in, turning our attention inward, tuning into our breath, taking a deep inhaling breath through your nose and slowly out through your mouth with a sigh. Sometimes we just got to sigh it out. One more time, deep inhaling breath and a slow releasing breath. Awesome. From here, let's begin to build a little bit more connection with our breathing. So with that, we're going to place one hand over our hearts and the other hand on our belly, building that connection, that mind-body connection. This time, as you take a deep breath in, feel your belly expand all the way up into your chest and your lungs, and exhale, release. Good. One more time, just like that. Deep breath in. And a slow breath out. Now on this last time, see if you can make the inhale and the exhale a little bit slower, a little bit more equal. Inhale. Exhale. One more time, deep breath in. And a slow, relaxing breath out. You got it. We are naturally born to breathe, and being able to bring conscious awareness to our breathing really helps us to get in tune with, are we relaxed or are we on the brink of burnout? You see, when it comes to breathing, there are signals that are sent to our brain that innately tells us to relax. And the rest of those signals are sent throughout your entire body, where you may feel tight and tense muscles. Those muscles receive those signals, and they then begin to relax, to soften. And so sometimes when we're not in tune with how we're really feeling, check your breath. Is your breath really hard and fast? Are you breathing just from your chest? You may not realize that you're stressed, and your breath can be an indicator of how you really are doing in that current moment. So with that, we're now going to add numbers to our breathing, making sure that our inhaling breath is equal and our exhaling breath is equal. This is also called equal breathing. So we're going to start at a very baseline level, because most of us are not naturally deep breathers. We breathe from our chest. So we're going to start with the count of 4, and I'm going to lead us through that. So you're going to breathe in for 4 and out for 4. Feel free to place one hand back over your chest and the other hand on your belly. And as you inhale, allow your belly to expand just like a big balloon. I know it's normally not done this way because sometimes as women, we're conditioned to always hold our stomachs in. But I want to encourage you, just for this retreat, go ahead and expand your belly so that you can feel the fullness of deep breathing. All right? Sitting up nice and tall, take a deep inhaling breath in for 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. You got 2 more rounds. Deep breath in for 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Last round. Deep breath in for 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Great job, everyone. It's just that simple. From there, we'll begin to place both hands over the heart space. Maybe close your eyes if you feel comfortable and safe, and return to your normal breathing, allowing it to become deepened a little bit more than it was before. Breathing a little longer as you inhale, and a little bit longer as you exhale. As we start our deep breath or deep breathe yoga retreat, take this opportunity to just scan your body internally, not necessarily looking for anything wrong, but just take inventory of how you feel. As you breathe, notice your arms and your shoulders, if there's any tension or tightness that you feel. Without judging it, just notice. And bring that awareness down to the back of your body, your hips and your legs, your ankles, your feet, and your toes. What emotions may be coming up for you today? What are you feeling? Wherever you are, just breathe. That is really going to be our affirmation or our mantra today. Just breathe. And when you're ready, if your eyes are closed, go ahead and open up your eyes. And so for this deep breathing and yoga retreat, we're also going to add movement, because we don't necessarily have the luxury of just being able to relax and breathe and focus on it all day. So we have to begin to cultivate tools and utilize those tools as we move throughout life. And so really this is a metaphor for how we breathe as we move on the mat, also how we move through life. So with that, cross your legs in the opposite direction, sitting up nice and tall. Take a deep inhaling breath, sweep your arms up, and bring your palms to meet overhead. Exhale, bring it into your heart. Awesome. One more time, inhale, sweep your arms up, lengthen through the sides of your body, lifting your ribs away from your waist. Exhale, bring it down to your heart. Beautiful. One more time, inhale, sweep your arms up, and exhale, bring it down to your heart. Beautiful. Inhale, take your arms out to T position. Exhale, lean to one side. And continue to sweep your arm across the front of your body. Continuing to breathe. And allow that continuous movement, synchronize the breath with that movement. Inhaling as your arm flows up, exhaling as your arm flows down. It's very easy to just kind of stop breathing and our body is just simply moving, but we want them both to work together. Inhale, exhale, slowly return to T position with the arms nice and activated, extending out through your fingers, and exhale, lean to the other side. And sweep your arm along the front of your body, bringing your arm all the way back, exhaling as you bring your arm all the way down. Beautiful. Keeping the muscles in your face nice and soft. Breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. Now we're going to return back to T position with the arms. Turn the palms to face forward. Deep inhaling breath. Exhale, slowly begin to curl in, chin into chest, palms meet at the front. Exhale, slowly bring it back out. This time bend your elbows and lift your chin. Beautiful. Now we're working the front and the back of the body. Return back to T position. Inhale, slowly curl everything in. Tailbone tucks down, chin into the chest, palms meet in front of you. Exhale, open up nice and wide. Heart expands, bend the elbows, and lift your chin. And let's do that one more time, returning back to T position with a big smile this time. Inhale, slowly curl in, tight ball. And exhale, gently open up, bending your elbows, lifting your chin. Beautiful. And as you gaze forward, bring your hands to your knees and begin to just make circles with your torso. Finding your breath. Inhaling as you come forward, exhaling as you roll back. Really beginning to find your rhythm and your flow with your breath and your body. And begin to rotate in the opposite direction. Feel a little bit more ease in the body as you gently move, opening and stretching those muscles that may feel tight or tense. And then slowly return to center. From here, we'll begin to transition to hands and knees. So when you're ready, begin to come to tabletop position. Spread your fingers wide. You can either tuck your toes or point them. And let's begin to flow through cat-cow as you inhale. Lift your chin, lifting your tailbone, and exhale, curl inward. Pressing yourself away from the mat. Inhale, gently arch, taking your time. This is a nice beginner's flow. And exhale, curl. 2 more rounds at your own pace. Finding your rhythm. Finding your flow. Allowing yourself to breathe deeper than you did before. And as you inhale, let the exhale curl you all the way back to your first child's pose. So with your child's pose, shift your hips back towards your heels, taking your knees apart. Lower down to your elbows and maybe your forehead kisses the mat. Relax your upper and your middle back and breathe. This was a great opportunity to return to that belly breathing that we did at the beginning of our practice. As you take a deep inhaling breath, expand your belly. And exhale, release through your mouth. And this is how babies breathe. Remember, their bellies get really full. And then as they exhale, the belly relaxes. Let's just kind of take a cue from babies here. Using the fullness of our belly, lungs, and chest. And as you exhale, release chest, lungs, and belly. Beautiful. As you inhale, we're going to make our way back to tabletop position. Hands underneath your shoulders. And now we begin to add in a little balance. As women, we do a lot of balancing in life. We're balancing work and home life. And so let's see how we do with balance on the mat in relation to our breath. Begin to press down through all your knuckles. And when you're ready, step your right foot back. Engage your belly, but you're still breathing. And when you're ready, begin to lift your right leg up, coming to a balancing tabletop. Now you may notice that your breath shifts a little bit. It may be more labor intensive, but that's okay, as long as you're still breathing. Holding here, stretch your leg all the way back. Gaze down in between your hands and breathe deep. Awesome job. Slowly release your knee down to the mat and begin to circle the torso, just like we did when we were seated, but now we're just circling while we're on our knees. Beautiful. Inhaling as you come forward, exhaling as you press back. These circles are incorporated into this practice and different parts of the practice just to remind us to continue that circular breathing. And when you're ready, rotate in the opposite direction. Can't tell you how many times I myself even forget to breathe and I'm holding my breath, not even realizing it. And now we return back to tabletop. Reposition your hands if you need to. And of course, if this is too much for your wrists, feel free to come down to your elbows. Once you found the hand position that works for you, begin to gaze down in between your hands and step your left leg back or your left foot. As you breathe, find that focus awareness right in between your hands. And when you're ready, begin to slowly lift your leg, just in line with your hip. Relax your gaze. And as you balance, feel your body still breathing. And then slowly release your knee down to the mat. Awesome job. Begin to circle. Restoring that breath back into your practice, back into your flow. And circle in the opposite direction. Now that wasn't so bad. We played around with balance a little bit on the mat. And so now we're going to take it a step further. Returning back to tabletop, walk your hands back. And now we come to kneeling position. Bring your hands to circle the waist. And you can move back to maybe the back of your mat. As you gaze forward, take a deep inhaling breath, find your focus, and exhale it out. As you inhale, step your right foot forward and fingertips down to frame your front foot. Now we're going to work with balance in a different way. Instead of lifting our foot off the mat, we're going to now try lifting our knee up and balancing on the ball of our back foot. Feel free to keep your fingertips down for support, and in all things, continue to breathe. As you gaze forward, begin to tuck your toes on your back foot. Inhale, lift your back knee, extend out through your heel. Stay here, or begin to press down through your front and back foot. Interlace your fingers and press down into your front thigh. Notice your balance here and notice your breath. Deep breath in. Slow breath out. One more time, deep inhaling breath. Slow releasing breath. Lower everything down to the mat, your fingertips and your back knee. Great job. Continue to press down and lift up, coming to an upright position with your spine. Bring your palms to meet at your heart. Exhale, we're going to take a prayer twist, bringing your elbow to the top of your leg, or bring it to the outer edge of your front knee, and begin to twist your body to the right. Now we're incorporating a little bit of balance. You may notice your leg wobble a little bit, and that's okay. And we're also adding in a twist, which can also impact your breathing. Sometimes in life, we feel like we're twisted up in other people's obligations and projects, and we can definitely find it hard to breathe, and it weighs on our mental health. But in all things, continue to have hope and breathe. Awesome. Gaze down at your big toe. And bring your hands back down to the mat as you walk your front foot off to the side. Big toes face the corner edge of your mat as we explore lizard pose, a nice little hip opener here, which is good for the early afternoon and morning. Extend your knee out to the side, really getting into your groin and your hips. That space where we may store a lot of unprocessed emotions and stress. And even as you breathe, feel yourself consciously breathing into your hips, into your legs. Bringing life and energy to your entire body. Awesome. Go ahead and scoot your foot all the way off the mat and just kind of scoop it back. And begin to shift back into child's pose, stretching your entire spine, extending your arms forward, either knees together or knees apart, your choice. And once again, we have an opportunity to reconnect with our breath. Breathing in on 3. Feel your mind settling on 2. Feeling a little bit more connected and grounded on 1. Awesome. As you inhale, begin to make your way back to tabletop, walking your hands back towards your knees. And we come back to kneeling position with the hands circling the waist. Make sure your knees are right underneath your hips. And this is a great analogy. Before you take on anything in life, whether it's work, family obligations, or something you're doing in the community, find your focus and breathe into that focus before you even start moving. We're going to do that now on the mat. Take a deep inhaling breath and exhale. With that inhaling breath, step your left foot forward and bring your fingertips down on either side of your front foot. So we're going to do the same thing that we did on the other side. Make sure that your back leg is back as far as it needs to be and your front knee is over your front ankle. Press down through your fingertips, lift your heart, gaze forward as you tuck your toes, inhale, lift. Extend your back heel back, pressing firmly into the ball of your back foot. Continue to keep connection with the mat if you're still working on your balance, or if you feel like you got it, go ahead and interlace your fingers, place them on your thigh, and press down through your hips. In this pose, our breath is truly our strength. As we root down through the front and the back foot, stretching out the hips, the back leg, and also bringing strength to your knees. Hold here wherever you are and breathe deep. Great job, everyone. I think it's time to take it down. Bring the fingertips down and bring your back knee down. Now reestablishing that connection with your back and front foot and your knee as support. Press down and lengthen through your spine. Bring your hands to your heart for prayer position. Exhale, take your prayer twist to the other side. Now, something to keep in mind while you are twisting here. And if this twist doesn't feel good or you feel really off balance, just place your hand on your knee and your hip and just twist and look towards your back elbow. Your legs may feel a little wobbly. Continue to draw them into the midline of your body. Press down through your front and back foot and keep your belly engaged as you gently twist. Breathe in a little bit more deeply, a little bit more slowly. And then slowly we're going to unravel. Take your gaze down first. Exhale, bring your hands down to the mat and move your foot off to the edge of the mat. Turn your toes to face the corner as we flow into lizard pose. Maybe allow your knee to fall out to the side. Maybe even use your hand to press the knee out. If that feels good, breathing nice and easy. Awesome. One more deep inhaling breath. And exhale. Begin to walk your foot all the way off to the side and bring your knee back to meet your right knee. Knees together or knees apart, shift back into child's pose. In this last child's pose, for this part of our sequence, bring your palms to touch and see if you can bring your hands to the back of your head or your neck, gently opening up your arms, your shoulders. Bringing your attention and awareness back to the flow and the deepening of your breath. As you inhale, begin to release your hands down to the mat, returning to tabletop. Guiding your knees back underneath your hips, begin to walk your hands forward and let your hips come forward as you roll down belly, chest, and shin, coming all the way down to the mat. With your hands underneath your shoulders or maybe hands forward a little bit. Inhale, peel your chest away from the mat, coming to a nice halfway lift. Beautiful. Begin to gaze over your right shoulder, a little twisty twist to the left, and bringing your gaze forward. Inhale, lift your hips. Exhale, press back. For a child's pose, just 2 deep breaths here. Breathing in on 2. Breathing out on 1. Inhale, rise up to hands and knees as you walk your hands forward. Begin to press down through all knuckles as you tuck your toes. Inhale, lift your hips and gently press them back. Coming to our first downward facing dog for our practice. Begin to pedal your feet right to left and left to right. Relax your head and your neck. And notice as you are literally upside down how your breathing has maybe shifted. But notice you are still grounded and connected through your feet and your hands. So there is no need to worry. 2 more deep breaths. Breathe in and out. Inhale. Exhale. Lower your knees down to the mat. Walking your hands back, we return to kneeling position. Gaze forward. Breathe in. Breathe out. Inhale with confidence, step your right foot forward. Bring your fingertips down to the mat. 1 on either side of your front foot. And just like we did before, with your toes tucked on your back foot, inhale, lift your back knee. And exhale, bring your back foot down so that it's bladed with the short edge of your mat. And we're going to rise up for our first standing posture, Warrior 2. Good old Warrior 2. Even if you're not familiar with yoga, you've probably seen this on social media or magazines. A great strengthening posture that's not only good to strengthen your body, but your mind and your breath. So once again, we press down through the front and the back foot. Extend the arms in line with the legs. Inhale, sweep your arms up and straighten your front leg. Palms touch, and exhale, guide them down to your heart as you bend into your front knee. Extend your arms back out. Inhale, sweep it up. Exhale, guide it down to your heart. Returning back to Warrior 2. Extend through your arms. Inhale, reach up and maybe lift your chin to look up. And exhale, guide it down to your heart. Beautiful. Extend your arms back in line with your legs for warrior two, flipping your front palm, lean back into peaceful warrior. As you look up, notice how your breathing shifts. As you press into your front foot, straighten your front leg and lean back a little bit more for a reverse triangle. Breathe, keeping that upward focus of hope, of purpose, with your hands like even reach for it, right? Inhale, begin to make your way back to warrior two. Lengthening through your arms, bend into your front knee. We're going to cartwheel it all the way back down and do it again on the other side. Bring your hands down. Pivot onto the ball of your back foot, coming to a forward low lunge. Hold here and then gently release your knee down to the mat. Move your foot off to the side and just scoop it back. From here, instead of child's pose, we're going to take a puppy pose. Simply keeping your hips lifted high and move your hands forward as you melt your forehead and your chest down to the mat. Take an opportunity to recenter and ground yourself using your breath and this posture. Bringing yourself back down to the earth. Taking 2 more deep breaths. One more inhaling breath. And slowly release as you rise up. Bringing your hands back underneath your shoulders, we return to tabletop position. And let me give you an option here. If downward facing dog was like way too much, then don't do it. But you can stay here in tabletop, or you can move your hands forward, tucking your toes. Inhale, lift up. Coming back up to our gentle inversion, downward facing dog with your knees soft, gazing at the back of the mat. The back of the head relaxes as you pedal right to left and left to right. Still breathing. Even though the world and society has thrown you in a different position, you root down through your feet and you lean into your breath. Exhale, release your knees down to the mat and begin to walk your hands back. We return to a kneeling position, gazing forward. Find your breath, find your focus. And with your next inhaling breath, step your left foot forward and bring your fingertips down to the mat. Begin to tuck your toes, press down through your fingertips. Inhale, lift your back knee. Hold here. Sometimes we can move so quickly, but we want to move with the breath. Exhale, bring your back foot down. Bend into your front knee and gently open up. Warrior two on the other side. Now my back is turned to you, but you don't have to turn yours. And just hold here and breathe nice and easy. And we're going to flow from here. Inhale, arms up, straighten the front leg, palms touch overhead. Exhale, bring it down to your heart. Going back to that nice circular motion. Extend the arms out. Inhale, sweep it up. Exhale to your heart. Taking the arms back out. Last time. Inhale, sweep it up. And exhale down to your heart. Inhale, extend your arms out. Begin to flip your front palm, lean back into peaceful warrior. Press down through both feet as you continue to reach, straightening your front leg. Coming to our reverse triangle. Leaning back. Feeling fully supported, chin lifted, breathing deep. And returning back to warrior two, bending into the front knee, arms in line with the legs as you take your gaze down. Cartwheel both hands down to the mat. Take your time. Begin to lower your back knee down to the mat and scoop your foot all the way over to the side and just scoop it back. As we return back to puppy pose, remember, keep your hips lifted and melt your heart down as you move your hands towards the top of the mat. Awesome. We're going to begin to cool down a bit. Returning back to a gentle, slow way of breathing. As you inhale, begin to slowly return to tabletop as you guide your knees to the side and we come to have a seat. With your legs straight in front of you, sit up nice and tall, flexing both feet and bend into both of your knees. With your hands underneath your legs, a nice little massage. I think Portia talked about that. Sometimes if you can't get to a massage therapist, a little press here and there on those tight muscles can be a great way to build that connection and just to relax yourself. As you inhale, gaze forward. Exhale, slide your hands all the way down as you bend forward. Drawing your chin into your chest. Relaxing into a gentle, seated forward bend. Allowing your head to become nice and heavy. Breathe into the back of your body as it expands. As you reach your fingers towards maybe your ankles or all the way down to your toes. Inhale, lift your gaze. Exhale, release your grip. And straighten both legs onto the mat. Awesome. Hopefully you're still with me. If you had to take a break, feel free to rejoin us now as we cool down. Starting with the left leg, you can take the feet apart just a little bit and bring your left foot into your inner right thigh. Sitting up nice and tall, begin to flex your right foot. Inhale, extend your arms up. Exhale, reach and lean forward over your right leg. Maybe just rest your hands on either side of your right leg. Or maybe you want to hold on to maybe your shin or your ankle. Relax your head down, chin into the chest. And feel the back of your body breathing as you inhale. Feel that gentle lifting in your upper, your middle, and your lower back. And as you exhale, you feel a gentle softening. Two more deep breaths. As you inhale, lift your gaze, looking at your lovely toes, give them a little wiggle. And exhale, come to sit all the way up as we move to the other side. Straighten your left leg back down onto the mat. And bring your right foot into your inner left thigh. Make any adjustments that you need to. Inhale, extend your arms up. Flexing your left foot. Exhale, reach and lean forward. Maybe bringing the hands down on either side of your leg or hold on to your shin, your ankles, or your toes. Look down and continue to guide your gaze down towards your knee. Relax your head. And allow yourself to really breathe in this pose. Forward folds are great for soothing and calming the nervous system. So if you find yourself overwhelmed or breathing really fast, maybe have a seat. And if you're having a seat, maybe just lean your body forward, bringing the head below the heart, and take a few deep breaths. As you inhale, lift your gaze, looking at your toes, wiggle, wiggle. Exhale, slowly come all the way back up to a comfortable seated position. From here, we're going to bend both knees and straighten your right leg as you cross your left knee over your right leg. Holding on to your knee, inhale, extend your left arm up. Exhale, gently twist. And then with a nice soothing twist, remember we did this as we were in a lunge, and now we're going to explore a twist in a little more relaxed way. As you inhale, gaze forward, exhale, gently come out of your twist, this time bending your right knee, crossing it over your left. With your hand holding onto your knee, your right arm behind you, inhale, lengthen, exhale, twist away to your right side. And you can do this with your eyes open or closed as we come to the end of our practice. Inhale, gaze forward. Exhale, gently uncross your legs. And now we're going to come into butterfly pose, and I will come to face forward. Bring the soles of your feet together like this, holding on to the tops of your feet or your ankles. Take a deep inhaling breath. Exhale, gently fold forward, relaxing your knees down towards the mat or the floor. This is a great way to just relax and calm the mind. Relaxing the back of your body, your arms and your shoulders. Two more deep breaths here. As you inhale, slowly come all the way back up. Use your hands to guide your knees together and bring your hands behind your hips, feet apart, and begin to windshield wiper side to side. Beautiful. I would like to end our Breathe Deep Yoga Retreat with a beautiful but short breathing affirmation. When you're ready, return back to a comfortable seated position. I'm getting a little bit closer to you. Place one hand over your heart, the other hand on your belly. With your eyes open or closed, if this resonates with you, feel free to say it. Or if not, just listen. I am full of life and purpose. I am full of life and purpose. I am full of life and purpose. And the second and last part of this affirmation. My mind matters. My mind matters. My mind matters. And if that resonates with you, just breathe it in as you place both hands over your heart, drawing your chin in towards your chest, signifying that you are embracing every part of your entire being. You are embracing your mind. your body, and your spirit. And when you're ready, begin to lift your gaze, open up your eyes as we end with a circle of joy. Inhale, sweep your arms up, 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 reach, and bring those prayer hands down into your heart as those blessings reside within you. Thank you all so much. Peace and blessings.
Thank you so much, Sherelle. It's always a pleasure to start the show with you. You always center us so that we can be at peace and we can easily retain, receive the information that we're going to receive, uh, throughout this event.
Yes, my
Yes.
pleasure.
And we thank you so much for being a Black Girl Health member. So you are wonderful. My mind matters. I love it.
Yes.
All right, Sherelle, take care. All right, everyone. Well, thank you so much. I hope that you love that breathing session with yoga, deep breathing with yoga. That is so important. Sometimes when you just pause and breathe, um, that de-stresses you. You know what I'm saying? That helps you to like, okay, I can do this. Because sometimes you just got to stop what you're doing and just pause and breathe. And then you can make more sound decisions, I would say. Um, oh, thank you, Carolyn. Thank you so much. I want to hear from you guys. Carolyn says, thanks so much. I'm full of life and purpose. My mind matters. Yes, peace and blessings. Yes, continue. I want to, please, ladies, comments. Comment. I want to hear from you. I want to know how you like the workshop so far. I'm full of life and purpose. Yes. Yes. Hey, girl. Hey. Let us know what you're thinking about the workshops in the comments. We have a link that should be posting in the comments in the Facebook section. If you're watching this on Facebook, in the comments, you should see a little survey, and it's like 2 minutes, just letting us know what you're liking about the event. You know, the workshops that you're seeing. What's your favorite workshop? That survey is really important because we use that survey to continue to bring you, even better Minds Matter events, because we hope to do Minds Matter Houston even next year. So without further ado, we're going to go right into the next workshop right after the break. And that is on the pathway to positive. We're going to focus on prenatal mental health, and how positive mental health can get you through infertility struggles. That's going to be with Dr. Karen Cooper. So stay with us right after the break. We'll be back.
Hey, Nana. Yes, you, Mimi. The world has changed a lot in these past 2 years, hasn't it? Everything is done on a computer now, and I mean everything. From ordering groceries to paying a bill, and now, to even see your family, you have to go on a computer. What if I told you about a way to get better at using the internet, where you could connect with other women like you and learn how to find that recipe online that you saw on your favorite cooking show, or how to protect your identity and avoid getting scammed? It's called DigiLit, short for digital literacy, and it's an educational community that helps women who are seniors to better navigate the internet, make online purchases, and reconnect with friends and loved ones, taking you from the frustrated and lonely distant relative who is rarely seen to the tech-savvy and well-connected granny whom everyone loves.
What did it take for me to overcome breast cancer? It took the crucial first step of choosing MD Anderson Cancer Center. It took a unique multi-team approach and a comprehensive treatment plan so personalized that I trusted my doctors with my life. It took a deeper level of expertise to triumph over breast cancer and handle anything that comes my way.
What will we do in the pursuit of making cancer history? Whatever it takes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Minds Matter Houston. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to Portia and her team at Black Girl Health Foundation for putting on this wonderful event and for allowing me to be a part of it yet again. I am Dr. Karen Cooper. I am a licensed professional counselor, board-approved supervisor in the state of Texas. Within my private practice, I focus on maternal mental health, more specifically traumatic birth experience, infant pregnancy loss, navigating through the NICU, anything dealing with maternal mental health. I also assist women through just general issues, life transition, depression, anxiety, trauma, and all of those things. And so when I was asked to do a presentation on maternal mental health, that really touched my heart because I feel like this is truly my purpose, to being able to educate other women on how to maintain positive mental health as you go through like the whole pregnancy journey, even starting at the conception phase of it. I encourage you all, as you know, throughout my presentation, please feel free if you have any questions, any comments, definitely type it in the comments section or chat, and I'll be definitely addressing them as we go through. I'll also be asking you all some questions, and so please feel free to comment as well in the comments section. Okay, next slide, please. So I saw this quote and I was like, I think I should include this because the last sentence, like it hit home so much. So it reads, whether your pregnancy was meticulously planned, medically coaxed, or happened by surprise, one thing is for certain, your life will never be the same. And that last part, your life will never be the same, is absolutely true. Again, it's whether you're going through the conception phase of trying to get pregnant, if you're going through the infertility journey, pregnancy, postpartum, your life will never be the same. Okay, next slide, please. And so before we dive in, I always like to give a trigger warning, especially when talking about topics such, that are really sensitive, such as pregnancy and infertility. At any time, if you find yourself being triggered, if you find yourself becoming emotional due to your own experience and your own journey, please take time away from my presentation and just give yourself space. I totally understand. All right, so we'll go ahead and dive in. So the what? The things that I'll be discussing today are like the common issues that negatively impact perinatal mental health. So even though I have perinatal mental health there, it's basically maternal mental health. And again, that covers from when you're trying to conceive, if you're having to go through the infertility journey, during the pregnancy and the postpartum period. So I'll be focusing on things that could really affect your mental health during that entire journey. And then I'll also be discussing ways in which you can maintain your mental health when you're going through that infertility journey, because for a lot of individuals, that's such a tough experience to navigate. Next slide, please. And then the why. Like, why is this even important? Why is this a discussion of today? Why do we think about presenting or talking about maternal mental health? And I'll just read you a few statistics. So 15 to 21% of pregnant women experience moderate to severe symptoms of depression or anxiety. 21% of women experience major or minor postpartum depression. 11% of new mothers experience perinatal panic disorder. 9% of women experience postpartum PTSD. And then postpartum psychosis occurs in an estimated of 1 to 2 out of every 1,000 deliveries. As it relates to infertility struggles, 17 to 19% of women and 15% of men experience major depressive disorder as they're navigating through their infertility journey. 23% of women experience general anxiety disorder while undergoing fertility treatments. And a history of infertility is associated with higher levels of pregnancy that has anxiety, lower postpartum self-confidence, and just having early parenting difficulties. And so this is why it's important, and even more so in our community, because Black women are 3 times more likely to experience any of those things that I just mentioned, whether it's anxiety, whether it's major depressive disorder, while navigating through the whole entire maternal health journey. And so before we move on, I want to ask you all, what do you feel like some things that you've encountered when you embarked upon the maternal mental health journey, whether it was during the time of conception, when you were pregnant, when you went through the postpartum phase? What do you feel like are some of those things that added to your stress or that may have triggered your depression? And again, feel free to type your responses in the comment section. And so as those have come up, I'll read them as I'm going through the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So some of the common issues that can negatively impact your mental health as you're going through the perinatal or the maternal mental health journey include like your family dynamics and the support system that you have around you. It can also come from the role transition or just a change in life routine that you experience when you're navigating through that journey. Sometimes having a history of mental or physical illness could also trigger or have an adverse effect on your mental health while you're navigating through that journey. And then also too, experiencing a history of loss. Next slide. Okay. So family dynamics and support system. And so when we think about this and how this could affect our mental health as we're navigating through the pregnancy journey, family dynamics is one of the common things that I've heard when working with women. And I see someone shared that the engine went out in their car and they had to tow home, and still praising God for those that stopped to help you. I'm glad that they did. Thank you, Ms. Jones-Wilson. I see that you shared you had challenges with not having a strong support system, which we're about to talk on, right now. And I have not been pregnant before, but routine has been a big effect. So thank you all for sharing that. Absolutely. And so, Ms. Jones-Wilson, like you just shared, just that support system and how it affects you. And so one of the things that I hear a lot from women that I'm working with, again, who may be trying to get pregnant, going through that pregnancy journey, is having that lack of emotional support. And this comes from because those around you may not truly understand exactly what you're experiencing. Especially those who are going through the infertility journey, who are not able to get pregnant, you'll hear statements such as like, oh, it's okay. Just keep trying. You'll get pregnant one day. Don't worry about it. There's adoption. And so when you hear statements like that, it's really dismissive of what you're feeling, right? Or if you have experienced like a pregnancy loss, such as miscarriage or even an infant loss or anything like that, and then people saying, you know what, maybe it's for the best. The child is in a better place. You can always try again. And again, because of that lack of understanding of exactly what you're experiencing and that lack of emotional support can truly have an effect on your mental health. Another part of that is family conflict. If the family is not united, if there's a lot of disruption going on, if there were issues that you were already dealing with prior to conceiving and getting pregnant, that too can add an additional stress as it relates to like just the pregnancy journey, the postpartum part of it, if the family is just experiencing a lot of issues. Poor communication. A breakdown in communication can look like, say, after you've had the baby and you're experiencing postpartum depression or anxiety, and you're trying to set boundaries with family members of, you know what, no, I really don't want you to visit the baby today. And then they show up at your house and they kind of just invade your space. And it's just that lack of communication on their part that could cause you to feel anxious, stressed, depressed, and all of those things. The lack of overall support, just not having that support system in place. Sometimes people are navigating this journey alone and they're trying to figure out life. They don't have anyone to talk to. And so everything is kind of internalized. They hold it within. They don't have a person that they can call and say, hey, I'm really experiencing this. I need help. I'm tired, or any of those things. So having that lack of overall support could also put you on the bad space as it relates to like your mental health. And then domestic violence. Unfortunately, as we've seen with the pandemic, domestic violence is on the rise. And so just imagine trying to create life and bring life into an environment that's either verbally, emotionally, or physically abusive, and just the toll that it could take on you for that. Okay. Next slide. Another instance that could affect like your mental health as you're navigating through the maternal journey is your role transition and your change in life routine. Something that I hear a lot, and even myself experienced when I started having kids, was that lack of freedom. But because before you embark upon this journey, like you're able to get up, do the things that you want to do, you can go out, you can travel. Like the only decision making that you have is related to yourself. But then when you invite a child into it, now you're in charge of another responsibility. So now you have to take in consideration of this child. And so you don't have that freedom anymore. You don't have that freedom to just move around. Another thing is the expectations versus reality. And so when it comes to like the pregnancy journey and just the whole maternal phase of our lives, they say it starts in childhood when we start imagining like, oh, when I grow up and I have kids, like I'm going to do this for my kids, I'm going to do that. So even at an early age, we're expecting our pregnancy journey, we're expecting this whole experience to look a certain way. But what we find is that sometimes when we get to that point of our lives of actually starting the journey of trying to conceive and going through all of this, is that reality doesn't match with our expectations. And so that causes anxiety, that causes stress, that causes depression, because it's like, wait a minute, I thought life was going to look like this, but it's actually looking like this. So sometimes we have that battle with our expectations versus, reality. Also, the relationship dynamics with our partner. Sometimes the stress of trying to conceive and not being successful. Sometimes going through the infertility, journey. Sometimes that causes stress within the relationship to where partners are not on the same page, to where they're arguing or anything like that. And so just your relationship dynamics with your partner could have an adverse effect on what you're feeling, what you're experiencing. And then that loss of self-identity. Before we embark upon this journey, it's like, I know who I am. I am this person. These are my goals. These are the things that I do. But then we start to encounter like stressful journeys, or when we start to invite kids into it, it's like, okay, who am I now? I'm a mom. I'm a this. I'm a that. And it's almost like you lose yourself within that. And especially as we go through the infertility part of it, especially when we start to experience like loss or anything like that, it's like, who am I? Again, the vision that I've had for myself is not matching up. Like, who am I? Okay. And I'm going to read a comment that was shared before we move on from Ms. Jones. I was actually told by several doctors I would not be able to bear children. I birthed 2 children late in life around age 31. With my last child at 39, I experienced gestational diabetes and at the same time had fibroids on my last pregnancy, which meant I could not gain weight in the event the fibroids would suffocate my son. My mental health was challenged with all the what ifs and ensuring my son would make it. Thanks to God, we made it, and my son is 19 years old. I am so happy to hear that, Ms. Jones. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I could not imagine, just going through that and being told that you couldn't have children. But then, I always say God has the final word, right? And so here you are, with your son at 19 years old. So thank you so much for sharing that. Okay, next slide, please. All right. Other factors that can affect your mental health as you're going through this journey is the history of mental and physical illness. So on the mental health side, what we find is if you have a family history of mental illness, so for an example, if your mother or your grandmother experienced postpartum depression during their pregnancy journey, that increases a woman's chance of also experiencing postpartum depression or anxiety when they go through their own phase of life. If you yourself have a personal history of anxiety, depression, PTSD, traumatic experience, or anything like that, when you start to embark upon the whole pregnancy journey, that too can also increase your chances of experiencing like postpartum depression, postpartum anxiety, especially if you were already dealing with those things prior to going on that journey. Also, some women have a mood reaction to hormonal changes. And so as you know, already with our cycles once a month, our mood changes. But for some women, when they are conceiving and when they find out they're pregnant, their hormones just go to a whole nother level, which affects their mood. The physical side of things, diabetes, thyroid imbalance, and then fertility challenges. All of these things can affect your mental health as you're going along the maternal journey. Next slide, please. Okay. Something else that would definitely affect your mental health as you embark upon the perinatal journey is a history of loss. If you are experiencing infertility issues, such as Ms. Jones shared, being told by doctors that you're not able to conceive, that could be detrimental because, again, like the example I gave earlier, when we're younger and we visualize ourselves having our own family and doing all those things and just kind of automatically thinking that, we can get pregnant just like that. But then going through the process of trying to get pregnant and it's not happening, that could truly have an adverse effect. That can make you feel, really defeated. That could make you question yourself. That could lower your self-esteem because it's like, what's wrong with me? Why can't I get pregnant? Experiencing miscarriage, going through the whole process of conceiving, finding out you're pregnant, getting excited, telling everyone, and then unfortunately miscarrying. Again, that can lead to moments of self-defeat. That could be moments of you blaming yourself for it, increasing your anxiety, increasing your depression. Neonatal infant loss, again, going through the journey, giving birth, and then for whatever reason, the baby not making it can be very detrimental and traumatic to moms and families. Experiencing a stillbirth, the same, type of thing. And as well as SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, all of these could lead to like traumatic experiences that could definitely increase like depression, stress, and all of those things. Next slide, please. So now we'll talk more about how you can truly maintain your mental health as we go through the infertility journey, the infertility struggles. Okay. So first, let's define what infertility is. So infertility is 1 year of unwanted non-conception with unprotected intercourse in a fertile phase of the menstrual cycle. So all those clinical terms are saying is that after trying to conceive for over a year, and if you're unsuccessful, then there's a good chance that you are a part of like that infertility journey. 9 to 15% of the childbearing population experience infertility. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. And so one thing I wanted to highlight were the different infertility treatments, because also too, when I am working with women and we are talking about like what's going to be their pregnancy plan, where they're in a preconception, what can be their options, because again, they've already reached that phase to where they are devastated because they've been told by doctors that they can't naturally conceive, for whatever reason, that they may have to use like these medical interventions to try to assist them to have kids. And so I like to go through the different treatments, but I always want to highlight the point. And the fact is that just because you go through these medical treatments, again, it's not a guarantee that they'll be successful. So some of the less invasive treatments that women can go through are ovulation tests. And basically that's just you testing every month or when you're ovulating and then trying to schedule your intercourse around those times. They also have oral medications that you can take, which kind of helps get you to ovulate. So that again, you can do that whole scheduling intercourse around that as well. And then they also have surgical treatments that go into where they can clear out or flush out, like for fallopian tubes, or if it's on the male side, just enhancing sperm count and things of that nature. Some of the more invasive side of treatments include like ART, so assisted reproductive technology. And so basically this is where they're removing the eggs and the sperm and they're combining them in a laboratory to create the embryo, and then they place it back into the woman's uterus. You also have in vitro fertilization. So it's real similar to the ART, but it's done in vitro, meaning they take the sperm, they combine it with the egg in the woman's womb to create the embryo. And then IUI is intrauterine insemination. And so again, it's just taking the sperm, combining it with the egg in the woman's the womb. And again, when doctors present this to you and you hear this, I always encourage the women and families that I work with is to ask questions, meaning like, what are the statistics for each of these? Because some of these, it takes several rounds for them to be successful. And then unfortunately, sometimes none of them are successful. And so it's being able to advocate for yourself, not allowing a doctor to say just, hey, you go do this, this will work for you. Asking like, wait, what is the stats related to this? Like considering my medical history, considering, everything about me, which will be the best route for me to take to try to be successful, in having a child. And the reason that you do that, because one of the biggest things that I teach in my practice is advocacy, because I feel like nobody knows us better than ourselves, right? And yes, these doctors, they go to medical school, they are very knowledgeable about what they do, except for when it comes to us individually. And so by me presenting all this information to you all, it's you being able to go into that space of being able to say, like, you know what, I have a history of diabetes. I have a history of anxiety and depression. Taking all of that knowledge, what'll be the course of action so that I can be successful, whether it's me going through the infertility process, whether it's me being mentally well as I become pregnant. And so by you having these tools of the things that could trigger you, the symptoms and what it could look like, the different infertility treatments, you'll kind of be a little bit more prepared as you navigate through this journey. Okay. Next slide, please. All right. And so here are the stats again as it relates to infertility. And I always like to re-highlight this because I try to help challenge that thought of, oh, it's just me. Like I see all these other women, I see all these other individuals who having kids. And so it's just me, going through this process. Well, as you will see again, 17 to 19.5% of women and 15.3% of men experience major depressive disorder when undergoing fertility treatments. And again, this comes from having those expectations of like, you know what, we just have to have intercourse, we'll be successful, we'll be able to, to have kids. And yes, you're completely right, Tiffany, that we know our own body. And so that's why we have to be our best advocates when we're going to these appointments or when we're sitting down with, medical professionals to talk about our struggles with infertility. As it relates to mental health again, 23.2% of women experience general anxiety disorder when undergoing fertility treatments. And this comes from, will this round be successful? Will I be able to have children? How many more rounds will I have to go? And especially if, the treatments aren't successful, especially if they've experienced, miscarriage after they have treatment, like that anxiety is truly heightened. And then like, shared before, if you've gone through infertility for so long, and then once you get pregnant, that anxiety is there. The self-confidence of like, okay, will I be able to carry to full term? It can also lead to parenting difficulties because it increases the stress levels between partners of having to navigate through the whole infertility part of everything. Next slide, please. All right. So thus far, I've talked about what are some things that can trigger you while you're going through the whole maternal perinatal mental health journey. I've talked to you about, what infertility is, what it can look like, the different treatments that are available. But now the most important part, how can you maintain your mental health through all of that? Whether you're dealing with the lack of family support, whether you're dealing with your own health issues, where you're dealing with life transition and changes, how do you maintain your mental health so that you can try to be as mentally well as possible? Some of the techniques you can use are yoga. So right before me, Ms. Sherelle gave a great presentation on how to do that breathing through yoga. Mindfulness. Mindfulness is very important because it keeps you present and in the moment. It helps you to kind of escape all those what if thoughts that Ms. Jones shared when she was so kind to share her story. Just being present in the moment so that you don't focus on all the what if thoughts. Again, meditation, the same thing. Just grounding yourself, trying to distract your brain from thinking about everything and taking you down a rabbit hole. And rest and relaxation. A tired mind is an unhelpful mind. And so just having that rest and a relaxation so that you can keep control of your thoughts so that you won't, increase anxiety, depression, or anything like that. Also, therapy, individual counseling, couples counseling with you and your partner. And I even encourage group counseling. And so that could bring in like your family dynamics so that you can hopefully strengthen your support system, increase your village. And then there's also another option is pharmacotherapy. sometimes with women who may have gone through infertility struggles. And once they are pregnant and they see whether it's due to those hormonal changes or because of their past experiences, they could be experiencing like true major depressive disorder. And sometimes it gets to the point to where medication has to be included to help balance all of that, because if that's left untreated, then once they give birth, that could lead to like postpartum psychosis and all of that. And so medication is an option during pregnancy, but again, that's if the mental health part becomes dangerous as you navigate through the medical journey. Ms. Jones also shared, I use mindfulness in my curriculums all the time. Yes, mindfulness is one of the best tools that you can use to keep yourself grounded. Other ways to maintain your mental health is through education, self-care, advocacy, and establishing a support system. And I know sometimes establishing a support system can be really difficult, right? Because it's like, okay, if I don't have family or friends, then how do I establish that support system? Well, the good thing about it is that, you know, there are support groups out there that you can join. You can reach out to therapists who can direct you to support groups. Social media, the good side of it is that like Facebook has a lot of different groups that you can join. And so it's being really creative for, you know, developing that support system for yourself. And Tiffany shared, take time out for yourself. Absolutely. I always encourage my clients to be selfish, which means that you need to prioritize yourself, because how will you pour into others if you have not been pouring into yourself? Okay. And are there any questions or anything before I read the final quote and bring my presentation to a wrap? Okay, and so I'll go ahead and read the quote. And if there are questions, I'll wait for them to populate in the comments. And so I want to leave you all with this quote, which again, when I came across it, I felt it was very powerful. And especially when we're talking about something so sensitive as just maternal mental health, but especially that infertility part of it. Because again, when we encounter infertility struggles, it causes us to have those self-defeative thoughts of like, why am I not worthy? What's wrong with my body? You know, questioning our womanhood because we're not able to, you know, have children. And so when I saw this quote, I was like, it would be perfect to end, you know, what we just discussed. And it states, the world gives you so much pain, and here you are making gold out of it. And so I know sometimes it's easier said than done. But whenever you find yourself going through a painful experience, whenever you find yourself in the midst of it, whether it is, you know, trying to conceive, whether it is going through the pregnancy period and experiencing anxiety and depression, whether it is experiencing like infant loss or SIDS or stillbirth, whether it is experiencing the hardships that comes with the infertility, just know that you'll come through it. And after that, make gold out of it. Allow it to be your testimony. Allow it to strengthen you, you know, to move forward. And so again, it takes me to what Ms. Jones shared about her experience of being told by doctors that she would never have kids. And now her son is 19 years old. And so throughout the pain that the world gave her, she's made gold out of it. So thank you all so much for allowing me to be a part of this presentation. Again, maternal mental health is near and dear to my heart. So Portia, thank you so much for allowing me to pour, you know, my knowledge and experience to hopefully help others.
Oh, and it was definitely appreciated. Very informative, y'all. Dr. Cooper is a Black Girl Health member, and so glad that you just kind of given us some encouragement, for those who are, infertile, having, I had a miscarriage. So I know, I definitely hit home when you talk about anxiety and how that impacts your mental, because as women, we think that, man, we can carry, this is what we're built for, right?
Exactly.
And so it makes us think that we are less than a woman in a sense, psychologically, when we have, those types, when we have challenges. And so this was a very, very important topic. And And I think it's so needed. There's so many women who have miscarriages
Mhm.
or maybe infertile, what
Mhm.
have you.
Mhm.
And we need to know that there are other options out there, you
Exactly.
know, and not to give up. So
Mm.
thank you, Dr. Cooper, once again. Relisha Martin, hopefully, Raylisha, I don't even know if I'm saying her name right, but she said,
Mhm.
that's awesome. I was told I couldn't have kids as well. Yeah, my daughter is about
Mm.
4. Yeah, next month she'll be
Yes.
4. Yeah, it
Mhm.
happens all the time.
Absolutely. Yep, I say God has the final say. So
Yes, yes, and don't and I, doctors, these, conventional doctors, yes, everyone, they are important, and I
right.
think, but don't just, just because one doctor says something, don't take that as it's it. Get
Exactly.
second opinions. Go to even unconventional doctors. Go to
Yes.
like there are we have so many options now.
So many resources.
So many.
Mhm.
And that's also the purpose of this event here, to see
Mhm.
so people learn that
Yes.
there are other options.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
yeah. All right. Well, Dr. Cooper, I've talked enough. You did a great, amazing job. Thank you so much for being a part of this
Mhm.
movement.
Thank you.
Until we meet again.
Yes, thank you all.
All right.
Bye.
Okay. So, yes, please comment. I see a lot of you commenting that this, workshop really resonated with you. Carolyn says it's okay to place my website in my chat. Yes, feel free to definitely do that. Continue to comment. Also, there is a link. There will be a link, if not already, that we're putting in the comments. I did see the link just come out to give us feedback on the workshops that you're watching. Let us know how we're doing, what you like, because that will help us in bringing back Minds Matter Houston next year. So please don't skip over it. Just take like 1 or 2 minutes just to complete the survey. It's very, very quick. In addition, also in the comments that we can put in there, the link to become a Black Girl Health member. If you are a professional, there it is. It's on the screen, membership.blackgirlhealth.com. One, if you are a professional, we want you to become a Black Girl Health Partner member. Our professionals, whether you're a therapist or you're a health coach, you're a doctor, a beautician, whatever, our members are the ones who host these workshops that you see. And we do them not just in Houston, we do them in other cities across the country. They are our resources that we use to help educate the community. So if you want to become a Black Girl Health Partner member, please sign up at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. If you just want to be a part of this movement, this sisterhood, and get all the resources that we give to our community, like recipes and workouts and these type of talks that we do all the time, and know about the different talks that we have, you can sign up just to be a member. So please feel free. We hope that you join our sisterhood. So I'll shut up now, and we are going to, right after the break, we're going to have our next workshop, which is Mind Over Money. So, mind over money. Money is important, y'all, but sometimes it corrupts our mind and we don't have our finances in order. So, we'll go to that workshop right after the break. So, stay tuned.
What did it take for me to overcome breast cancer? It took the crucial first step of choosing MD Anderson Cancer Center. It took a unique multi-team approach and a comprehensive treatment plan so personalized that I trusted my doctors with my life. It took a deeper level of expertise to triumph over breast cancer and handle anything that comes my way.
What will we do in the pursuit of making cancer history? Whatever it takes.
Well, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies, wherever you are in the world today. My name is Dr. Nicole Varnado. It's my pleasure to speak with you guys today and to be here. I want to thank LaPortia. I want to thank Black Girl Health Foundation for having me back for a second year. So today I'll be talking to you all about mind over money, which is pretty much just mental health and finances, right? So this is super important because the two go hand in hand. And as I'm talking today, feel free to, of course, comment in the group, in the chat box. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask those. And let's just make this thing interactive, right? So mental health and finances definitely work hand in hand. And I'll be sharing a little bit about my own personal journey, as well as the importance of the two, of mental health and finances. So I'm a pharmacist and I have experience as a financial professional. And so my hope and my goal is to empower people, but especially women, to take control of their health, their finances, as well as their relationships. And so as I'm talking today, just kind of think about where you are. Think about, and we'll do a little bit of visualization, and I have a little exercise for you guys in a minute. But you can go ahead to the next slide. As we get started, I wanted to share a little bit about my journey with money and mental health, right? So in this picture, although I'm smiling, right, this was one of the toughest, most challenging moments in my life when it came to my mental health and my financial health, right? And it's so weird. It's not weird, but it can be weird when you think about the connection between the two, and we don't often bring enough attention to that, right? If we're in states of depression, we're less likely to make good decisions concerning our finances. And so my journey, right? So as of this picture that you see on your screen, I was divorced, right? This is several years ago. I found myself in a very dark place. And it was because my mental health and my financial health, they were not working together. So at that time, I was divorced. I was a newly single mom, right? I had stretched out moments of depression. I had to move back into my parents' house. I was desperate to create a better life for my son, right? I was barely making enough to pay my bills. I went into debt. And guys, when I say debt, I mean like a lot of debt, like debt that doesn't even make sense debt, right? And then I learned strategies for paying off debt. I started working with people to kind of help me get that thing in order. I started seeking help for my own personal mental health. And I will tell you that it's a journey. It's a never-ending journey. We'll never reach, the peak of our mental health. It's peaks and valleys, right? But we'll never reach the pinnacle of our mental or financial health. We're always learning, always growing, always going to the next level, right? So whether you're in a valley right now or whether you find yourself at the peak, know that even when situations change, your perspective is everything, right? So you can go ahead to the next slide. And so we'll start off with a little exercise. So if you're not driving, if you're not doing something dangerous, you can go ahead and close your eyes and think about a time. And just, stay with me here. It'll get better. Think about a time when you struggled or didn't know how you would come up with money for bills or expenses. Think about how you felt in that moment or during that time period. Think about your thoughts that you had at that time. Think about how you felt physically during that time. Now think about a time when everything was going well financially. You had your bills covered. You had extra to save and to splurge a little. And you really weren't worried financially. How did you feel emotionally, physically? What kinds of thoughts went through your mind? Notice the difference between the two. For the first scenario, did you feel weighed down? Did you feel sad or depressed? For the second scenario, did you feel peace? Was it gratitude? Was it joy? Was it relief? Right? A lot of times we go through the valleys, and once we get to the peak, we're just relieved that we're not in that sunken place anymore, right? You can go ahead and change the slide. And then think about, imagine that every month you have a surplus of a few $1,000s more than you need. Imagine what you feel like, where you can save now, where you can pay off some extra debt now. Imagine that you're able to be debt-free in 6 months because you had surplus. 6 months to a year. Imagine being able to buy the car that you wanted for the last year. So the process that I've kind of just taken you through very quickly is to show you the difference between your thoughts and emotions at each point and stage, right, of your life, and to visualize what it can look like in the future. This is important because you have to know that you can be, do, and have whatever you want if you can think it first. If you didn't know that your thoughts lead to your emotions, which determine your actions, right? So in the moments where we found ourselves struggling financially or not in a good place, if our thoughts stayed there, I'll never get out of this. I'll always be here. This is the worst thing that could ever happen to me. If those are your thoughts, you find that your time in that stage is often prolonged. One of my mentors told me a long time ago that where your attention goes, your energy flows, right? So what you may want to do, what you need to do, to be honest, is to really focus your attention where you want to go and not where you are. That's not to disregard where you are. That's not to say to try to psych yourself out, but really it's to tell yourself that it won't always be like this. And so I read a quote, and I didn't put it on the screen, but I do want to share it with you guys today. And it made so much sense when I read it. And it said, when health is absent, wisdom cannot reveal itself, art cannot manifest, strength cannot fight, wealth becomes useless, and intelligence cannot be applied. And I think the person who said that was Herophilus, if I'm saying it correctly. But that stood out to me because it told me, it reminded me that whether it's physical or mental or emotional health, if that's not at its best place, right? If we're not in the best place as far as that's concerned, we're not as creative as we want to be. We don't make the best choices financially. And the things that we know to do, we often don't do them, right? And so you can go ahead to the next slide. So as I kind of get into the information today, the objectives for my brief time with you today is 1, to identify 5 ways that mental health can enhance how you view and handle money. 2, to identify 3 aspects of a solid financial foundation, just a few tips. And then the third thing is to distinguish the significance of each element. I see LaShonda say, come through surplus. Absolutely. Absolutely. I know everybody likes to be in a surplus, right? Okay. And so, you can go ahead into the next slide. So in talking about mental health and money, we already discovered that they go hand in hand. They're strongly linked together, right? And the first thing is going to be the positive outlook on life helps you to have a similar outlook on money matters. So your outlook equals your perspective, equals your point of view, equals your thoughts, right? How you think. Everything starts off with a thought. If you think that you will have, you will have. If you think that you're in lack, you will be in lack, right? And so also think about how when you have better coping skills, you're able to work through challenges with your money, with your relationships. That's super important to know because anytime that you are, if you're thinking up, right? And these are all quotes that I'm sure everyone has heard before, but it absolutely matters and it absolutely works, right? If you think up, you will go up. If that's how you live your life, then the way that you handle your money, the way that you handle your own personal health even is going to be impacted, right? So the way that you cope with the valleys is the same way that you deal with the peaks. That you don't get too low on the lows and you don't get too high on the highs either, knowing that things change. There's always an influx, and there are always going to be moments in the valley, right? Number 2, confidence will help you perform better at work, and it can contribute to pay increases. So when we talk about money, our performance on our jobs matters, right? Right. So if we go to work every day, sad or depressed or feeling angry, and we're not in a good mental state, that shows in our work production. If you're not a boss and you work under somebody, your boss notices that. Your supervisor notices that. If you own a business, your customers notice if you're not in a good mood, if you're not in a good place mentally. But the more confidence that you have in the work that you do, the more confidence you have in yourself, the more that shines through, and that puts you in a position to have pay increases, to be elevated, right? And then when we feel better about ourselves, we feel better about our money choices. So I can't see you ladies' hands, right? But just ask yourself, or I'll ask you, how many of you guys like shopping? I'll raise my hand. How many of you like eating, right? Like you love food, like you and food have a relationship. I'm gonna raise my hand on that one, right? So think about how when we feel better about ourselves, we feel better about our money choices. So I'm not going to spend as much shopping when I'm in a good place mentally, not because it's a bad thing, but because I know that I have boundaries, and I'm able to stick better to those boundaries when I'm in a good place mentally. They just said, I love shopping and love eating. Look, me too. I'm with you, right? And so saving and sticking to our financial plan are more likely to happen when we're in a good mental state, when we have positive morale, when we're in a good place, a good space, right? You can go ahead and change the screen. Sorry, the slide. And so, the other one is taking care of yourself will give you the clarity to make healthy financial decisions. Now, when we think about things like self-care, a lot of people think about getting their hair done, their nails done. Sometimes that's just meditating. Sometimes we had yoga earlier today. A lot of times that's necessary to center us and bring us to a place where we have the clarity to think through situations. So I don't know about y'all, but in times where I have been really stressed, and something I'm still working through, don't judge me, is I can be a stress eater, right? If I'm stressed, I'm going to have a piece of cheesecake. Judge yourself. So I'm gonna have a piece of cheesecake, or possibly, some cookies or something. And I know that that's not the best thing to put in my body, but when I'm not thinking clearly, when I haven't given myself the space and the ability to think clearly, that's when I end up self-medicating and overspending. We talked about shopping. Yeah, how many of us say, okay, you know what, today didn't go so well. Guess who's going shopping? I saw this new bag that's about to make me feel better. And a lot of us get in that cycle of feeling like things, whether it's food, whether it's shopping, can replace or allow us to self-medicate in moments and times where we're not feeling at our best, when our thought process is not at its best, right? And then having a plan in place for your money will provide a roadmap and guideline to adhere to, no matter what kinds of stressful situations you might face. So we're going to get into this on financial basics, but that's talking about having a budget, having a plan. If you don't have that in your life and you're going through something, yeah, you're going to spend your money for your phone bill. Yeah, you're going to spend your money that you had put aside in your mind for maybe your car note. Like, I'm sure most of us don't go that deep, that far off into the deep end, but we'll end up spending money that's supposed to be allocated to something else because we don't have a plan. You can go ahead to the next slide. And that really goes into talking about financial literacy. So a few tips about some financial basics that all of us need to have in order to connect the dots between how our mental health works and our financial health. So the 3 financial basics is having a budget, having savings, and also utilizing credit. So a budget, just plain terms, is a financial plan to assign your income. And we'll go into a little bit more depth in these in a minute. Savings is money that's set aside from income to be used at a later time. And then credit is an extension of funds from a bank or company where they allow you to use that money, understanding that you will pay it back. So they're lending you money or extending you credit so that you can in turn use that money for whatever you need it for, but you promising that you will pay that back. You can go to the next slide. Carolyn says, while I can't pay for this high bill, I will just calm myself down by spending money I don't need to be spending going shopping, only to realize by the time I get home, the thrill is gone. Carolyn, that is so true. That is so true. That instead of putting the money where we know it needs to go, we're like, look, forget that. I'm not feeling it. I am not feeling it. And this is something that makes me feel good about myself, going shopping, right? Thank you for sharing that, Carolyn. And so when we talk about a budget, the importance of a budget is that it allows tracking of your expenses. It helps with planning of future expenses, right? So let's say you plan a trip with your girls once a year. If you don't have a plan in your budget to be able to, make payments. Now, some of us who are ballers, right, who are on top of our finances, you can just pay that off right from jump. Oh, it's $1,200. I got that. Pay it. For some people, you may need to budget that. You know what? I'm going to set aside $200 for the next 6 months so I can pay for this trip. But whichever one you do, you should allocate that money in your budget. It should be in there so that there's no question about where the money went, right? It gives an assignment to every dollar of your income. Every dollar of your income. So what's usually included in a budget? Your income, your bills, savings, investments, expenses, both fixed and variable. Bills that change every month, as well as bills that are the same every month, like your phone bill. Tiffany said, when you do not have a clear mind, you are going to do things that you regret. That is 100% true. I so appreciate y'all in these comments. That is 100% true. You're going to make decisions now that later on, you're going to ask yourself, why did I do that? Why did I say that? Or why did I go there? Why did I overstuff myself? Whatever the case is, you're going to do things that you're going to regret, right? And so then you may ask, how often should I do a budget? And that's really totally up to you. That's, for some people, they do it monthly. Some people do it annually, especially if you have expenses that are pretty much the same and you don't really have too many variables or things that vary within that month or within that year. Totally up to you, but whatever works for you, you want to stick to that plan. You can go to the next slide. So then I have a picture up here of what an example of a budget looks like. Now, this one is pretty involved. Some people may have just a basic budget, which just lists, okay, things that I have to pay for my house, things that I have to pay for entertainment, and they may not break it down specifically. This is where you want to get to. So like I said, you assigned every dollar to something. However, if you don't do it in this in-depth, that's still okay. You just want to do what works for you. Now, I'll be completely honest. The first time I saw a budget this involved, it gave me anxiety. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? But the more you start doing your own budget and you know what these values are, there are no specific values in here. I just wanted you to kind of have an idea of the categories. And so you always, you're going to include your income. You're going to include everything you pay for in your house. things dealing with your car or transportation, any insurance, any entertainment, any loans or debt that you have that you pay every month, whether it's a credit card or what have you. You definitely want to make sure that you're keeping track of these things. First, you'll take a snapshot of what you spent in the past 3 to 6 months, and then you'll formulate your budget, and then you have a roadmap to follow every month. You'll do the same thing so that so that you have a plan. You can go to the next slide. And so then we move on to savings. So savings is the best way to save. The best way to save, right, is to put money in an account that gives interest. That's the best kind of saving, because you don't want to just put your money in a shoebox or under your mattress. Though those things can come in handy, especially with the way that the banks, influx and different things that happen with the economy. But that's not what's going to give you the most for your savings, right? You want to put it in some kind of account that gives interest, or an account that adds money to your account without you having to add more money. So you always want to pay yourself first. I want to make this very clear. So too many of us women, are paying bills and maybe put something into savings after we've paid those bills. So how many of us actually get to save after paying those bills? Most of us don't. Most of us have enough for the bills, and anything outside of that we don't have enough for, or we don't prioritize. Always pay yourself, whether it's 10%, 5%, whether it's a flat amount, $50, $100 a paycheck, whatever it is, always pay yourself first. And then you pay your bills with what's left after that. So the importance of that is when it's time for an emergency, and that's, it's true that sometimes we go through periods where we may not have enough to put aside for savings. But when you make that a habit, when you come to a point where you need that extra money, it's already in that account, in that savings account, because you've been paying yourself first. That makes sense, right? So pay yourself first, right? Sometimes also investments can be considered savings. And there are basically two types of savings, right? So you have short-term savings and you have long-term savings. Short-term is usually anywhere from 3 months to 3 years that you'll be setting that money aside. So that can be anything like a savings account in a bank. That can also be a CD or a money market account. Money that you generally won't touch unless it's an emergency for that short period of time, right? And then you have the long-term savings that's usually 3 years or more that you'll keep that saved. And that can be a retirement account. That can be your 401k, IRA. That can even be, and I didn't put that in the slide, but that can even be infinite banking, or what's considered having money in life insurance. That's also a long-term investment. That's not money that you'll put in today and take out a month from now. That's years that you allow that money to compound, so that when it's time to take it out, it's there for you and it's grown exponentially from what you first put in it, right? And I hope that makes sense. You can go to the next slide. And this is just a little cute representation of kind of what it can look like when you make a goal. I make a goal for saving, and then once you've achieved that goal, so let's say your goal is to save $1,000 a month, right? And you may take out maybe $250 a week, and then at the end of the month you'll be able to check off that you've saved that amount. Now, like I said, this is very simple. It's not very detailed at all. But at the end of the day, the goal is, one, you want to first, if you don't have a lot of debt, you want to first have, or if you have a lot of debt, you want to make sure you have that emergency fund of at least $1,000. But the goal, though, is to have at least 6 months of your expenses saved, right? Because emergencies happen all the time. We have COVID as a recent reminder of that some people who may have been laid off might not have had that savings for their expenses for 6 months, which puts people in a bind to need unemployment and to try to figure out what's going on. And that, how many of you know that affects your mental health, right? That affects how you think, how you feel about your situation. It puts people in panic. It makes people anxious. And then sometimes it can even make people feel like hopeless almost when there's no plan and there's no reserve over here, right? Next slide, please. And then so lastly, I wanted to talk to you guys about credit and the importance of credit. So credit helps you to establish a profile where businesses can see your ability to handle debt. That's important, right? So credit is not just credit cards, right? We all have some sort of credit profile one way or another. Whether, whether we've bought a car or rented an apartment or bought a house, even if we have like shopping cards, like cards at like a Target or Victoria's Secret, for those of you who like shopping, if we have any of those cards, we have some kind of credit profile. That means that that business has lent us a certain line of credit to be able to utilize with the promise that we will pay back the money that we've spent. And our credit profile shows creditors and businesses how well we're able to handle our debt. So most of our jobs look at our credit when it comes to hiring. A lot of businesses look at that. If we're trying to get loans or houses, if we're trying to get a good interest rate or APR on something, our credit matters. Part of the credit is part of the foundation for companies and lenders to determine if they'll allow you to use their money to make purchases. I don't know if you ladies know the importance of using other people's money, especially if you own a business. But when it comes to personal credit, if you're trying to buy a house and you are always late paying bills, or you are default on several of your bills, they're going to be less likely to want to give you that money because your credit profile doesn't show that you're responsible. Some people may have experienced bankruptcies or repossessions or foreclosures, right? All of those things show up on your credit profile for a period of time. Credit also gives you access to money for emergencies and for unexpected expenses that you don't have the cash on hand for. So whether that's medical expenses, whether that's expenses with your car, if you don't have that saved, then yeah, there's credit available to do that. But of course, your savings is always going to be your first line of defense. You're what you have in reserve. So your credit requires that you be responsible. That means you have to pay every bill on time. And if you feel like you're going to be late because of something that happened that was out of your control, you want to let that lender know, I'm going to be a couple days late. You always want to be communicating with them so that they don't just so they don't just put a negative mark on your credit report. And also you want to keep your utilization low. And that's the better way is less than 30%. The best way is less than 10% in order for it to not negatively affect your credit. And so the better your credit history and record, the better interest rates and the more funds that are available to you. And that's important to know because a lot of us grew up thinking that debt and credit is bad. If you get a credit card and you're buying luxury items and you don't have the money to pay that back, yes, it's bad. Yes, it's not the best way to handle your money, handle your finances. And that too is where we talk about the way we think. If we're always thinking about, like, the only time we use our credit card is when we're stressed and we go shopping and we have a $5,000 credit card limit and we spend $5,000 on that credit card because we're stressed and we don't know how we're going to pay that off. Those are the kind of decisions that we make when we're under duress, when we're not in the best mental health state, right? And then we regret those later. We regret those decisions because now what do we have to do? Figure out where the extra money is going to come from to pay off those credit cards. But I do want to say that, wherever you find yourself, and you can go to the next slide, wherever you find yourself in your peaks and valleys, know that there's always a way out. There's always help available for you to get out of that valley and for you to stay at that peak. You know, one of my sayings that I live by is progress over perfection. You always want to be making progress. So you're not today where you were last year, right? You're not right now. You're not right now where you were 2 years ago. So congratulate yourself on that and really celebrate yourself. Every single win, every single step on your journey, celebrate yourself. And so as I wrap up here, I just want you ladies to know that wherever you are on your journey right now, it's not your final destination. This is not where you stop. If you have 10 credit cards and you don't know how you're going to pay those off, you take one step at a time, right? You take one step at a time. If you're overusing, if you're in a place right now where you feel so frustrated by what your finances look like, there's help available. One of the favorite places to go for me is YouTube University. That's super simple for anyone. There are so many places and resources for you to be able to find out how to improve your credit, the best avenues to save, the best places to save your money. And there's also tons of places when we talk about budgeting on, you know, how to come up with the budget, what template to use, what to include. I encourage you guys to utilize those resources. And yes, Tiffany, you are 100% correct. We are not perfect. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to overspend. We're going to have regrets. It's just a part of the journey. But I want you to know today that you have everything that you need inside you to succeed. And I believe in you. Thank you guys so much for having me. If you have any questions, please feel free to put that in the chat. And feel free to connect with me on social media. I am Dr. Nicole J, and I look forward to connecting with you all.
So many, like, you know, quotes and power, like really profound statements that, you know, really resonated with me. Empowering is the word. Empowering is the word. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I think, you know, we definitely need this. I think, you know, our finances can get us down mentally. And so, you know, knowing that there are ways that we can budget and wise ways to use credit cards and different things like that, I think are very, very important, so that, you know, knowing that there is light at the end of the tunnel and we can get back on our feet. And so I thank you, Nicole, for being a part of Black Girl Health. Nicole is a Black Girl Health member, and I thank you so much for being a part of our sisterhood and being a part of the second annual Minds Matter Houston event. So, with that said, until next time.
Until next time.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. So you heard from Dr. Nicole. We are moving right on. We are moving smoothly through our workshop series. Now we're going to shake things up and we're going to move our bodies a little bit. We are going to de-stress with some fitness. So we've had some lectures. We talked about getting our money right. We talked about infertility and how that affects mental health and how you can overcome that and different options for that. And we did some yoga. So now it's time to kind of unwind again, right? So we can, after we unwind, we can actually receive some more information. So ladies, hopefully you have something comfortable on, because our next workshop is going to be our fitness workshop. Really quickly, please, ladies, continue to comment. I see a lot of comments coming in, liking the stuff. Please take time to fill out the survey. The survey is dropped into the comments. If you're watching this on Facebook, you can fill it out really quickly. It's just like a few questions, takes 2 minutes, just lets us know how you're liking the show, you know, your favorite workshop, that sort of thing. And we look at that so we can get feedback, so we can construct when we're, you know, putting together the next Minds Matter. So it's really, really helpful for us. In addition, if you want to join our sisterhood, if you want to be a part of our sisterhood, all these ladies, many of these ladies, presenters are Black Girl Health members, they're partner members. If you are a professional of any sort, whatever, a health coach, whatever it is. We want you to be a part of our sisterhood because you are the ones that we use to host all our workshops that we do every month, several times a month throughout the country in different cities. So yes, become a member. Sign up at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. You can sign up to be a partner member. Again, it's at membership.blackgirlhealth.com, and we'll also have that link in the comments. Okay, without further ado, right after the break, we're gonna get loose, y'all. We're gonna have some fitness going on, some exercising going on, so stay with us.
Sometimes we need that extra encouragement. We need support, and Black Girl Health is a movement.
Oh, I love getting all the emails with the recipes and now the new workout videos that we get daily. I now get CrossFit videos right to my email. So that means that it holds me accountable and I have something to do every day.
I work out of Pies Fitness Yoga Studio, and so it just helps to bring more people into my class, know that I'm out there teaching yoga in the community.
Being a BGH member means connecting with other women, networking, and being a part of a movement.
I am Kim Nelson Wright, and I am Black Girl Health.
I'm Kimberly Perry, and I am Black Girl Health.
Sherelle Moore Tucker, and I am Black Girl Health.
What did it take for me to overcome breast cancer? It took the crucial first step of choosing MD Anderson Cancer Center. It took a unique multi-team approach and a comprehensive treatment plan so personalized that I trusted my doctors with my life. It took a deeper level of expertise to triumph over breast cancer and handle anything that comes my way.
What will we do in the pursuit of making cancer history? Whatever it takes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shanae Jones. I hope you are all doing well and ready to de-stress with fitness. To tell you a little bit about myself, I'm a mom of two, a 5 and a 6-year-old. I have degrees in exercise science and occupational therapy. I'm currently in my last semester of my doctoral program in public health, and I'm the owner of Dreamcatchers Therapy and Wellness Services in Houston. Here at Dreamcatchers, we focus on pediatric occupational therapy, nutrition, family health, and wellness. Like many of you, if not all of you, I am busy. Being a mom, a business professional, and just an adult comes with a lot of stressors. The first thing to acknowledge is that even when you feel that someone has more or less responsibilities than you, you can't gauge their actions or their lifestyle in comparison to yours. Validate your feelings, acknowledge when you're feeling overwhelmed. Be in tune when you need a break and when you need to de-stress from your environment. I know in life things come up throughout the day, things come up and everything just seems to mesh together during the week. So if you can't devote 30 minutes to an hour to a workout, come up with a plan to fit in exercise throughout your day. Right now, take out time to find your favorite playlist, iTunes, YouTube, Music, Pandora, whatever you use, whatever's your favorite. What we'll also need for today's exercise is a chair or a wall, something stable. And if you have 2-pound weights, feel free to use that, and open space. So just to give you a little bit of background, the American College of Sports Medicine guidelines state that all healthy adults ages 18 to 65 years old should participate in moderate intensity aerobic physical activity for 30 minutes, 5 days per week. Or vigorous intensity aerobic activity for a minimum of 20 minutes, 3 days per week. Every adult should perform activities that maintain or increase muscle strength and endurance for a minimum of 2 days per week. So what does this mean? How can I incorporate this in my daily routine? Today, I'll teach you a few variations of how to incorporate this in your daily routine. Remember, the key is consistency. This weekly routine can be for the working mom, the busy college student, the busy business professional, the busy stay-at-home mom, or the retired working professional. Also, it can also be catered to individuals who have health ailments. So during this activity, we're going to do some modifications too, just in case you may not be able to do some of the full out workout that I have scheduled for today. Almost any exercise can help decrease stress. One important aspect is not only finding what exercises you stay with, what exercises help you stay within that target health and weight, but also what you enjoy. Think about this. What type of setting are you at peace? Do you enjoy going for walks outdoors, walking in the mall, exercising, or in the home, or exercising at the gym? What type of exercise do you enjoy? Dancing, running, walking, swimming, lifting weights, etc. The exercises you will learn today can be done in 5, 10, 15, 30, 45-minute increments, whatever you prefer. So now, before we begin, take a moment. Think about what brings you joy and peace. So the exercise we're going to start with is starting your day. Whether you believe it or not, stretching really helps get you rejuvenated, and it gives you a great start to your day. So I have asked my friend Ashley to help me to go through this workout, and here we go. So remember, start that playlist. Welcome, welcome, Ashley. All right, have a seat. Okay, the first stretch that we're going to do is actually taking deep breaths. I know you all had yoga this morning, which was great. So we're going to do some of those things that you may have seen this morning. So we're going to take 5 deep breaths. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now we're going to incorporate our arms. For this activity, or exercise rather, what you can do is you can pick up your arms this way and go out, or you can just start from out and go down. So we're going to do that 5 times. All right, Ashley, go. That's 1 and 2, and make sure you're getting that full stretch in your arms. All the way up and down. 3, up, 4, and up, 5. The next exercise we're going to do is neck pulls. So touch the opposite side of your ear, pull it down the same in the direction that you're going towards. Your arm is going to be down and you're pulling against it. And we're going to do that on each side. All right, switch sides. You should be feeling this stretch. Again, Ashley, you should be feeling this stretch in your neck and your shoulders and all the way down to your fingertips. Other side, one more time. All right. The next one is, what we're going to do is we're going to roll our shoulders back. And we're going to do this for the next 10 seconds and just take deep breaths while you're doing this activity. Roll those shoulders back. Deep breaths. All right, and we're going to roll them forward. Forward. Deep breaths. All right, next one. What we're going to do is we're going to kind of slouch in the chair and just think about everything that you want to do throughout the day. Know that you can do it. It'll be successful, and just take a deep breath and relax. Release all of that built up energy that you have, and we're going to roll back up and release it out. All right, so in the morning sometimes what happens is that, and I don't know about you, but sometimes if I stand up too fast, I get dizzy. So be sure when you're standing up that you take a minute or a few seconds to compose yourself when you're standing. So we're going to stand up. All right. And the next activity we're going to do is we're going to reach up to the sky and roll all the way down and touch your toes as far as you can to the ground. And we're going to count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And roll back up slowly. So the last thing you should roll up is your head and then your arms. All right, and then we're going to do it again. One more time. Roll down slowly. Deep breaths. Roll down, neck in, toes as far as you can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Roll back up slowly. All right, the next stretch, to get those legs stretched. What you're gonna do is you're gonna stand in, I'm a dancer, so you're gonna stand in second position. And you're gonna bend those knees down, and you're gonna push into your knees and push your shoulders in and count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Legs still apart. You're going to reach. First, we're going to the right side, and you're going to just reach and touch your toes and stretch those hamstrings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Other side. Reach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so we are all stretched. The next activity or component to this exercise we'll do is a warm-up. So the purpose is a full body warm-up to get you ready to complete your actual workout. So I'm gonna set my timer on my phone. If you have a timer available, please use it. A lot of our exercises that we're gonna do will be in 30-second increments. So the first activity, and I keep saying activity, the first exercise we're gonna do is jumping jacks. So now if you're unable to complete the jumping jack in its full entirety, what you can do is modify it and do each side at 15 or 30 seconds so it's less stressful on your joints. And you can also do this in a chair if you're unable to stand. All right, Ashley, we're gonna do jumping jacks, 30 seconds. Let's go. So here with these jumping jacks, what we're working on is full body warm up. You're moving your arms, your legs, you're strengthening your core because you're tightening your core when you're doing this exercise. And it helps get your blood moving, your heart rate pumping, things like that. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, the next exercise we're gonna do planks. So now, there are modified planks and full planks. And I'll show you what the modified plank is and the full plank. I wanna make sure you can see me well. So full plank is where you're up on your elbows. And the purpose of this one is that your back is straight. And you're strengthening your core, your arms, all of that. The second way to modify it is you're actually on your knees and you push forward just a little bit. So your head should go a little bit past your hands. And that's working those same target areas. So we're gonna do a plank, 30 seconds. All right. Countdown has started. 30-second plank. And for this workout purpose, I'll have Ashley in the middle go to the modified. So now Ashley, you can go on your knees for the modified plank. Push, yes, just like that. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're jumping back up. And we are doing a run in place. Ready? Let's go. Run in place, ladies. Doing this for 30 seconds. High knees. Remember to breathe. We have 15 seconds left. I don't know about you all, but I'm starting to sweat. All right, 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Almost done with this warm up. The next thing we're gonna do is another plank, 30 seconds. Ready? Let's go. So when you're doing this plank, you have to make sure you're as low as you can get. Your elbows are even, like that, very good. And you're strengthening your core. So your stomach muscles should be tight here. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. The next exercise we are going to do. So the object of these at-home exercises are that we're going to use what we have. So a lot of times we don't have 2-pound weights or 10-pound dumbbells. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to keep our arms above our hips for the next 5 minutes. Seems like a lot. It is, but we can get it going. So I'm going to actually set my timer to 5 minutes. You all can do the same. If you need water, get water. I'll give us about 10 seconds. So the objective of these exercises are to engage your shoulders, your biceps, triceps, and your back. All of these muscles in your back, your lats, your rhomboids, all of that. All right, so the first one we're gonna do is and I started my timer, we're gonna do lat pull downs, 45 seconds. And you're just pulling down, make sure your core is tight. We have about 15 seconds. Make sure you're squeezing that core. All right. Same motion. The next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna just do some quick lat pull downs. We're gonna do this for the next 15 seconds. How are you feeling, Ashley?
Okay, so far.
Keep it going, ladies. Squeeze. We're doing this isometric exercise, minimum muscle movement, but it's effective. If you're sore in the morning, please don't blame it on me. 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we're going to do squeezes to the front. We're going to do this 30 seconds. A lot of times we get caught up in our day. We have to find ways to be able to get those exercises done. And these are some exercises that you can do almost anywhere. All right. The next one is we're going to do bicep curls up. 30 seconds, ladies. You can do it. Keep those arms up. But if you need to take a break, feel free. Take a break and then jump right back in. We're going, 15 seconds. Keep pushing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna raise, arm raises. And what we're doing here is we're pushing it a little bit at an angle. I'm gonna get that for 30 seconds total. We have 15 seconds left. Feeling the burn, Ashley?
Yep.
Keep it going. If you need to stop, feel free. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we're gonna do pumps, small pumps. Right now you should be feeling the tightness in your shoulders.
Yeah.
All back here. I'm gonna keep my arms up too. Keep pumping. Now 15 seconds, ladies. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're gonna reach forward. Reach. 30 seconds of the reach. This should give those shoulders a little break, but your arms are still moving. Keep reaching, 15 seconds. I would ask you all to comment in the comments below, but I want you to be working out, so comment after. All right, now we're gonna turn, we're gonna pump back. Pump, pump. Now you're working out those triceps and those shoulders, because remember, we haven't put our hands below our waist, so it's constant movement. 10 seconds, doing great. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we're going to come back up. Lat pulls again. Let's finish it with the lat pull downs. I'm going to do this 30 seconds. And also, if you get tired standing, feel free to have a seat. Just sit, keep it moving, do those exercises, keep your arms up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, ladies, we're done with the arms. So in a typical workout, we would repeat this twice. But for today, I just wanted to show you all what exercises you can do. Anything you want to do that just keeps those arms moving above your waist would be great. Lat pull downs, punches, anything. All right, next, we're gonna work on our legs. So Ashley, I'll have you stand here. I'll stand in front of you. Turn towards the chair. And what we're gonna do is right leg back, toe touches, and slightly raise. So bring one leg back, and all she's gonna do is raise. We're gonna do that 30 seconds. So we're doing hamstrings here, glutes, quads, we're targeting everything. And you're pointing your toe. All right, 5, 4, 3, and we're keeping our leg up. So the next thing we're gonna do is actually bring the leg in a little and then pop out. Not all the way out, just small isometric pushes. So we're gonna stop here. Push, tighten everything, your core, your hamstrings, your quad, tight movement. Minimal muscle movement, maximum exertion for this. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring our knee even more forward. You're gonna go up and down, but don't touch the ground. And I'll come in the front, excuse me, ladies. So you're gonna go up, down, kind of like pulses. Just hit lightly. All right, we're gonna do that for about 15 more seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're gonna switch legs. Other leg, same thing as before. Toe tap, point your toes, light, minimal muscle movement, maximum exertion on those muscles. You're tightening here, you're tightening your core, even your chest, your shoulders are rolled back, you're standing up straight as you can, tight movement. just a little so you can see my feet. Like that. All right, bend that knee, push back out. Tight, minimal movement. We have 15 seconds left. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're gonna bring the knee up, pulse. 30 seconds. Keep going, ladies. Ten seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, that is your quick leg exercise. Now we're gonna move on to our core. So if everyone could find a good spot on the ground, we're gonna lay on our backs. And actually, I have you turn to the side. Yes. So the first thing we're gonna do is the pelvic thrust. So lay on your back, knees bent, and you're gonna push up that bottom, and keep it up. Keep pushing. Do not let it go on the ground. 30 seconds, Ashley. Go. Keep pulsating. Push. 30 seconds, ladies. Right now, what we're doing in this whole workout is focusing on your core and your limbs. So you have a tight core and you're pushing up, pulsating up. You should feel your stomach getting tight, your hips getting tight, your glutes getting tight. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. You're gonna stay up, don't go down, and you're gonna pelvic swing. You're gonna swing 30 seconds and keep it up that whole time. Got 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 15, 14, 13. Keep going, ladies. Make sure that core is tight. Squeeze your glutes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The next exercise we're gonna do is you're gonna banana pull. So your legs are out, your hands are up, straight in front of you. Straight in front, up. And you're gonna, I'll lay down too, see if you can see. So right now we're gonna do like a banana pull, and you just hold it. Hold it for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Doing good, ladies. How you feeling, Ashley? 30 seconds. So right now, everything is contracted. Our legs, quads, core. Make sure you squeeze that core. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So now you're going to keep your knees how they are, and we're going to come up and do side crunches. So what that looks like is you're laying down and you're up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have about 10 more seconds. Keep going, ladies. Squeeze that core. 3, 2, 1. All right. The next exercise we're going to do is we're going to lay on our sides. The bottom leg is slightly bent. The top leg is extended. And we're going to do the side raises. 30 seconds. Make sure to breathe. Almost at the finish line. Ten more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Now you're gonna stay in that position, Ashley, and you're actually gonna swing your leg forward and back to the starting spot. Like that. We're gonna do that for another 20 seconds. So here, you should feel it in your glutes, your quads, and at the same time, you're making sure that your core is tight. So squeeze those ab muscles. Throughout this whole exercise, you're squeezing those muscles. 3 seconds, 2, 1. Now you're gonna switch sides and do the other leg. All right, we're gonna do those leg side raises, 30 seconds. $15 more seconds. And make sure this leg is straight. 3, 2, 1. Now kick forward and back. Forward, and when you're kicking back, make sure you just start at your original spot. Don't swing that leg back. Tighten your glutes, tighten your core. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're gonna lay on our backs again. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna work on those side, those love handles. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna lay on your back and you're gonna do heel taps. So you're touching your heels, each side, 30 seconds. And you're gonna come up just a little and be sure you feel your heels each time. If you need to modify it, touch the tops of your knees. Make sure your core is squeezing that core. 15 seconds. Keep that core engaged. You're pushing that core into the ground, pushing your belly button into the ground. All right. Now we're gonna reach forward, reach, small crunches. You're putting your hands in between your knees. 30 seconds. Making sure you're breathing, pushing that belly button into the ground every time you come up. And for the next 30 seconds, we're gonna raise our legs and touch our toes, toe touches. Keep it going. And you can flex your toes. Keep that core tight. Pushing that belly button into the ground. 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, ladies. Now it is time for that cool down stretch. So you're gonna sit in a straddle position. You made it. You did it, you did it. Straddle those legs. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do some toe touches. We're gonna do 2 sets. So you're gonna reach and stretch to the right or to the left. What's recommended is that when you're stretching, you stretch for at least 13 to 15 seconds on what your focus is for that stretch. But for the sake of time, I'm gonna show you some stretches you can do. And then you take it upon yourself when you're working out to make sure you incorporate that time stretch. Go to the other side. All right, other side, Ashley. Hope everybody's feeling okay. Get water if you need while stretching. Other side. And then what you're gonna do is hands to the middle. Stretch as far as you can, reach as far as you can. And this is something that I would like for you all to incorporate every day. Just try stretching like this, doing this straddle stretch, reaching as far as you can, getting your kids, spouse, companion to just kind of push down while you're stretching. Because this is important. If your body is stretched and your muscles are relaxed and you're less tense throughout the day, you're more productive. All right, up. No, right now we're actually gonna do a few yoga poses that I'm sure you all got earlier. So what we're gonna do is get on our knees, push those hands out. We have 10 seconds. And within those 10 seconds, we're gonna push forward and stretch. And if you can't go as far back as this, feel free to go down, but you're stretching that back, that core, all of that. And now what we're gonna do is walk up and back. So on your toes, and walk backward to your toes. Stretch. You should feel the stretch in those quads, hamstrings too, just a little. All right, gonna roll up, back, arms out, roll your necks one way, then the opposite way. Roll those shoulders back. And you are ready for the day. All right, ladies, I truly, truly appreciate the opportunity with Black Girl Health. If you have any questions for me, you can reach me at dreamcatcherstherapy.com. Again, my name is Shanae Jones. It was a pleasure.
Oh my goodness, Shanae, thank you so much for that, for the stretches and the workout, things that we can do to release, the tension that we experience every day through work, what have you. Subtle things that we can do, like we don't have to necessarily go to the gym and, sweating off all the tension, profusely sweating off the tension, but we can do some things in our own home while we're working remotely to relax us. So thank you so much. I think Nicole says, I need the exercise. I need this exercise in my routine. My core needs help. Girl.
Yes, ma'am. I think we all do.
Everybody trying to work out that core. Then Tiffany says, Shanae, this was very informative and very powerful.
Thank you.
Yay. Thank you so much, Shanae. I appreciate you. You did a wonderful job. Until next time. See you later. All right, bye-bye. All right, so how are you guys liking this? This is awesome, right? Isn't it awesome? We have what's her name? What's the name here? Daisy Adams says, great job. Feeling the burn. Yes, love it. Carolyn says, thanks. I really implement this in my workout regimen. Yes, absolutely. Well, it seems like you guys are enjoying the show. We have 2 more workshops to go. Again, in the comments, we have a little survey link. If you could just take 1 minute to complete it and just say how you're liking it, what workshop you liked so far the most, that sort of thing. It really helps us in planning for the next Minds Matter Houston. And again, if you want to be a part of our sisterhood, most of the presenters that you're seeing are Black Girl Health members. They are professionals. So we encourage you, if you are a professional of any sort, to become a partner member, because not only, we do Minds Matter Houston, but we do these workshops all across the country in different cities every month. We're doing them. So we typically pick most of the time our Black Girl Health partner members to host different events and different workshops. So please sign up to become a member at membership.blackgirlhealth.com to become a partner member. Again, we probably have that in the comments, the link, membership.blackgirlhealth.com. Actually, yep, I see it in the comments right now. So you can easily access it. All right, without further ado, we're going to go right to break. And next we have, oh goodness gracious. So next we actually, Going Green. That's who it is. Going Green, LaShonda Sullivan, who's a dietitian, who's going to be talking about what you're eating, what you're putting in your body, and how that affects your mental health. So stay with us.
Hey, Nana. Yes, you, Mimi. The world has changed a lot in these past 2 years, hasn't it? Everything is done on a computer now, and I mean everything. From ordering groceries to paying a bill, and now, to even see your family, you have to go on a computer. What if I told you about a way to get better at using the internet, where you could connect with other women like you, and learn how to find that recipe online that you saw on your favorite cooking show, or how to protect your identity and avoid getting scammed? It's called DigiLit, short for digital literacy, and it's an educational community that helps women who are seniors to better navigate the internet, make online purchases, and reconnect with friends and loved ones, taking you from the frustrated and lonely distant relative who is rarely seen to the tech-savvy and well-connected granny whom everyone loves.
What did it take for me to overcome breast cancer? It took the crucial first step of choosing MD Anderson Cancer Center. It took a unique multi-team approach and a comprehensive treatment plan so personalized that I trusted my doctors with my life. It took a deeper level of expertise to triumph over breast cancer and handle anything that comes my way.
What will we do in the pursuit of making cancer history? Whatever it takes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is LaShonda Sullivan. I'm a registered dietitian. We're going to talk today about going green with mindfulness. Good afternoon. I don't know if you saw me a second ago. My name is LaShonda Sullivan. I'm a registered dietitian, and today we're going to talk about going green with mindfulness. Now, if you just did that workout a few minutes ago, you felt the burn, right? So today we're just going to talk about ways that we can put fuel into our bodies and make sound decisions. But this is also going to be an interactive presentation. So since we worked up the body, make sure you grab a snack and keep it close by. We're going to do a exercise. I currently have some grapes and some strawberries nearby. So grab you something and we'll go utilize that later on in the workshop. Okay, next slide, please. So in this presentation, we're going to discuss what is mindfulness. So part of that interactive experience is, does anybody know what mindful eating is? If you do, put a smile, use your emoji with a smile. If you don't know what it is, do a sad face. And if you're currently practicing mindful eating, do a heart, okay? In this process, we're gonna go over what is mindful eating, what things that we can do to incorporate a mindful lifestyle. We're gonna do a mindful eating exercise, and then talk about some tips, some trades, and some dietary practices along the way, okay? Next slide, please. So what is mindful eating? Well, let's start with the word mindfulness. I know Dr. Cooper talked about this and earlier this morning. Mindfulness is a practice, typically with meditation, and it was really founded upon through Buddhism. Other religions also play a part. Judaism, Christianity, all have some form of meditation, but the Buddhists kind of really honed on to these traits. They have really studied them. They learned to practice to be straight into concentration of everything they do and make a purpose behind it. So in the 1900s, philosophers and psychologists started looking into more of the Eastern practices and seeing how we can apply that into the Western cultures. So psychologists such as Jack Kornfield and Joseph Goldstein have been some of the pioneers in that mindful series of thought. Around the 1970s, society went through an enlightenment period, sometimes called the flower child era, but it's also our wellness period. And that's where the coined term of mindful eating came from. So what is mindful eating? It's a mindful-based approach to improve and address emotional eating, binge eating, or overconsumption of eating. And it also addresses the response to external stressors or external cues. And when I say of external cues, I'm talking about things that affects us in our environment. So an external cue could be traffic. It could be a family sick loved one that's impacting us. Work can be an external cue. All of those consist of things that we might do emotional eating for. So the principles of mindful eating, we're focused on two principles, and those principles are led by internal cues, which is hunger and satiety. And when I say hunger, I'm speaking of the physical signs and symptoms of hunger, such as that growling of the stomach or a headache, or some people make that comment of being hangry, a little upset, or things of that nature. Those are some physical attributes that causes hunger. For satiety, it's the fullness, not the over fullness going on and feeling in pain, but just being at content and with your fullness. So the purpose here is not, when we are listening to our internal cues, that we're not overindulging and that we have established some ways of not over consuming food at this time. So ways that we can implement this into a lifestyle, next slide, is utilizing the own the moment approach. Next slide. The own the moment approach, as you can see in these this diagram, is comprised of these 5 principles here. Owning the moment is maintaining attentiveness while you're eating and reducing passive eating habits. Now, let's be real, okay? So if you're not really familiar with passive eating habits, think about a time where we've been in this pandemonium, right? Pandemic, and you're watching Netflix, and you have a bag of popcorn or you have a bag of chips, and you're watching a series. By the end of the series, the chips are gone or the popcorn is gone, and you're like, "What happened to that?" That was passive. That was passive eating. Okay. So what the purpose of this is, how do we go from making passive eating habits into owning the moment, and owning the moment by utilizing mindfulness? The first step here is removing distractions during meal times. So what can be a distraction? Television can be a distraction. Your cell phone can be a distraction. Even when we're at work, that could be a distraction. We're in a society, especially in a Western culture, where we don't take breaks. We're allotted 30-minute lunch breaks, but let's be real. How many of us actually take the 30 minutes and not just solely eat lunch? Show of hands. Probably, I'm guilty of it. I answer phone calls. I do multitasking at times during my quote unquote lunch break. Well, that is considered distractive eating. Okay. So removing some of those distractions during that time and solely focusing only on eating itself. All right. And the next thing is avoiding stress or emotional eating. So emotional eating can be a multitude of things. We've talked about that, or just talked emotional things from past speakers before me. But emotional eating can be, for instance, I'll use work. I love to use work because most of us end up working some point in period in our lifetime. We might have a stressful work week. Mine is the second week of the month, where I have to work very long days and things of that nature. What we gravitate to sometimes is what some people have a salty palate. Some of us like sugary things. I like chocolate. So gravitating and going to grab some chocolate when I know I really don't need chocolate, that is a stressful cue for me to go eat chocolate. That is something that we have to avoid. and something we can replace with. And we'll talk about that a little bit later on. 3 is identifying physical cues of fullness. All right, so I'm gonna be honest. I am a Southerner all the way. My roots are from Mississippi. I was raised with your grandma or your Madeir or whatever you want to call it. And so Madeir always believed in you must have a full plate. And if you have a plate, you must finish it. Because what we do not do is waste food. So we learn in those principles from time to time that you become not aware of what full looks like because you're trying to complete the plate. Okay? So what you really need to do is understand what those cues are. Normally, when you're done or when you're full, you take pauses. You will back up from the plate. You'll see for a pause or second or for a few seconds, and you'll be like, well, I'm not really hungry anymore, but you go back and eat more. Your body naturally tells you when it's full. So one of the things that you can do is at least take breaks while you're eating. That is why it's imperative that you make sure that you're taking at least 20 to 30 minutes to eat a meal so you'll be able to take those breaks so you're not overeating. So the last thing I got here is reducing your portion sizes. So a good rule of thumb, especially in the Western cultures in the United States, our plates, our portion sizes, and heck, we're in Texas. Everything is what? Bigger in Texas for our plate sizes. Our average plate size is about a 9-inch plate. So that's almost as big as my head, y'all. Those are huge plates. And so if we're used to filling the plate, we tend to we might doing double the actual serving size on a plate. What we could consider doing is getting a smaller plate, such as a 7-inch plate, and putting that and making sure the rim is not all overflowing and things of that nature. Just by doing those small little modifications, we are reducing the portion size. Next slide for me, please. Okay, so this slide goes into mindful eating lifestyles and how does that mindful practice impact us, and what outcomes can I get from implementing a mindful eating lifestyle? Well, implementing a mindful lifestyle can lead to positive and sustainable changes. And when I say sustainable changes, I mean this is not a fad diet. There are so many things on the market, the lemonade diet, the going crazy, keto and all this stuff. Those are not sustainable. They do provide options to get you to your goal, but sustainable changes is meant for a lifetime. So an example of a sustainable change is if I suffer from elevated blood pressure or hypertension, a sustainable change is me reducing how much fat content I consume and reducing how much sodium. So one of the things I can do is, instead of having a salt shaker on the table every day, every time I come to the table, I put salt on my plate. I can literally move the salt shaker away and keep it in the cabinet. And that's a sustainable change to reduce my sodium content of what I'm consuming. Small little change, but make a big impact in reducing my blood pressure. Just an example, y'all. 2, assist in increasing enjoyment of food and reduce the risk of temptation and regret. So if we're being mindful, we are identified, we're looking into what we're consuming. We are planning out what we're eating. We are less likely to overindulge in things that are not going to be for our best of our well-being. Therefore, we're reducing our risk of regret. Okay. The next thing is if we are taking time, keyword is time. We get the same 24 hours. How we utilize this is what's really important. If we're taking time to digest or eat our meals, using that 20 to 30 minute block to eat our meals, we are going to see an improvement in our digestion. A lot of times we engulf our food, really. Like we do not do the 25 to 30 chews before swallowing. And because of that, we tend to have more of those issues of IBS or irritable bowel syndrome, constipation, because what our mouth does or our teeth does is help with the grinding. If we are just swallowing in it, the food and going into our stomachs and our intestine system is overworking itself and then causing us gastro distress. So, and just adding these small modifications, chewing a little bit longer. Who knew, right? All right. And the last one I have here, by incorporating a mindful lifestyle, it can help promote healthier eating habits and selecting and purchasing better quality of goods. Okay. So that goes back to that planning piece. If I'm trying to make better eating habits, I'm probably moving away from eating so much fast food. Now I'm going to prepare my food. So now what am I going to prepare? Oh, I got to go to the grocery store. So I'm going to go buy things, and I might probably buy more produce, or I might go to a farmer's market. It just opens up the realm of more healthier option choices. So we're going to go to the next slide, and we're going to talk about what is the correlation if we continue eating unhealthy foods. What effect does that have on us? Well, there's 3 hormones that impact the body. As you can see, dopamine, adrenaline, and cortisol, okay? The brain has 2 hormones, dopamine and adrenaline. When you eat high fat and high sugary foods, your brain responds to high fat and sugary foods as if somebody was on alcohol, as an alcoholic or on drugs. It is addictive, very addictive, okay? And when you continuously to eat unhealthy foods, your body releases more of the dopamine and adrenaline, which increases your cravings. As you continue to feed the cravings, over time, you become thoughtless over time. So let's use that as an example to kind of break it down a little bit more, okay? So I'm gonna use the holiday Thanksgiving because we tend to overindulge in Thanksgiving, right? So for instance, your mother makes her famous pound cake. At the Thanksgiving meal, you get your plate, you eat all of your plate, you got a slice of that famous pound cake. You take a bite into the pound cake, the dopamine is released, which is your pleasure. And then you go out, you finish your pound cake. Then you go and watch a football game for a couple hours. You're sitting on the couch, adrenaline kick it in. It's craving. It's like, ooh, you know, that pound cake is still in that kitchen, right? The pound cake is still in that kitchen. Then you walk your little self over there and go get that pound cake again. Cut a slice off, eat a piece. Cycle continues, dopamine releases, and you're just continuously craving and craving and craving and craving. That is what the cycle of the relationship of dopamine and adrenaline. Now, you have another hormone is known as our stress hormone, and that's cortisol. Cortisol increases your cravings of unhealthy foods and decreases your ability to resist food. When your stress goes up, so does your cravings. And that's why it's important that we maintain an environment that assists in making healthy choices. So going back to my work thing, because I love using work. So if I said my stressful week was the second week of the month, and I know that stress, and some things we can prevent and some things we can't, but we can prevent how we respond to something, okay? So if the second week of the month is my stressful work week, then I need to prepare my environment that I don't go overindulge in Snickers, chocolate candy, Hershey's, whatever I can get to, right? What I would do is on Sunday before I come to work or go to work, I will go to the grocery store and do a meal prep. I will go get me some nuts. I'll get some granolas, get everything I need, make my items, take them to work, put them in my workspace. So therefore, when I am having an emotional state, that I have something that I can grab. I have my water, I have my nuts, so that I can be fulfilled and I'm making a mindful choice versus going to the convenience store to go grab me some Snickers. So this is the response or the correlation of how your brain responds to unhealthy foods. And I also want to put a little side note. A lot of times when you read literature or you see the things that come on the screen from the news media and things of the nature, and they talk about cortisol and they're like, that's due with weight loss and all this other stuff. it does have a correlation. That correlation, now you know, it's because it helps with the craving and it causes a stress factor. So if you increase your fat intake and you increase increase your high fat foods and your sugary foods, of course you're going to gain weight. So if we are able to maintain or mitigate our stress levels, we'll reduce our release of cortisol, and in turn, we are able to better control our cravings. Therefore, we'll be able to maintain or gradual weight loss. All right, next slide. So I hope everybody has their snack on hand. Like I said at the very beginning, we're going to do this mindful exercise. I'm going to give you a second or two to grab one. Excuse me. So I have a grape. I don't know if you can see it. That's going to be my snack item. So we're going to do a mindful exercise of what you can be doing with your meals or from time to time. And this whole practice doesn't mean you do this with every meal, because it's not always going to be time conducive for you to do that. But it's an exercise that you can start implementing throughout your life. So I have a grape. So we're going to look at your food item. How does it look? Is it fresh? Does it have any imperfections to it? Is your grape or your food item, is it firm? Is it soft? Is it mushy? Look at it, okay? Next, you're going to put it in your mouth. I'm not going to do it because I'm talking to you all, but you're not going to chew on it. Now you're going to chew on your food, and we're going to chew it for 25 to 30 times. We're taking only one bite now, and we're chewing 25 to 30 times. Once you do that, then you can swallow. Okay? Now, that's a little bit different, right? You took a pause, and then it's a little odd sometimes, because when the last time you just took small bites and let it digest, chew it correctly, and things of that nature? Ideally, that's what we're supposed to do. Maybe not always for the holding of the hand and smelling the food or things of that nature, but that's the time length for each part of the meal. We always made fun of kids back in the day, or if you have little ones, toddlers, you see them play with their food. They manipulate with it from time to time, and like, you taking so long, you're a grazer. But children have taught us that's how you're supposed to. You notice that kids tend to do small, frequent meals throughout the day because they're actually learning their cues of understanding what food is, and they also understand better than adults that you're supposed to take some time and enjoy the food and learn the food. So with the mindful exercise as well, it's setting up your environment. Now, you might not always have this per se time to do all the chewing and looking at the food and things of that nature, but you always can set up your environment. And when I say set up your environment, is where are you eating? As I told you before, you should remove distractions. You should have a plate setting or someplace. You might not have a formal table, but you can do it on a TV stand table if that's what you have. But set up your with a napkin and a placemat, or if you have tablecloth, set up your environment. At the end of the day, date yourself. That's what I really want to say. If you date yourself, setting it like you're going to a restaurant, you're going to better enjoy the experience, and you're also going to take the time. Because anytime we go to a restaurant, we take more than 45 minutes in the average time to sit at a table. Isn't that interesting? Why don't we do that at home? We have 45 minutes when we go to a restaurant. We can do the same thing when we go home. So that's part of the mindful exercise. We're going to go to the next slide. So how do we go green? Sorry, I had a quote here. And so the way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing, by Walt Disney. So a lot of times we always say, well, I'm gonna wait till tomorrow, or we can do it this way. But if we just start now and start doing now, the better options we're going to have, and the better we're going to make choices, and it's going to be sustainable choices. Next slide. So going green. All right, so ways that we can go green. Maintaining a healthy diet can seem daunting task, and honestly, it's really just a shift of thinking. Here's a few ways that we can go start making those sustainable changes along the way. Make changes in small increments, okay? So the first thing you can do is set up or schedule in time when you're going to give yourself 20 to 30 minutes to have a mindful meal. That could be your lunch break. That could be breakfast. That could be dinner. But scheduling out time for your for your meals. 2, by providing ourselves grace, allowing yourself to make mistakes along the way. For example, say for instance you're having a craving. Again, it's natural for our hormones to shift. It's natural for us to have emotional states where we can have these cravings and things of that nature. It's never to say there's a bad food, there's a good food. It's food, but how we fuel our body is important. So for instance, if I'm having a stressful state and I am craving chocolate, okay, well, Shonda, you're craving chocolate. Well, I can get into the chocolate. I can do a brownie, or I can do 2 Hershey's Kisses. They're both chocolate, but what am I giving into? Okay. Well, if I do the 2 Hershey's Kisses, it's not going to be as dramatic as me doing the brownie. I'm still getting into it. I'm acknowledging the craving, and I've moved on. And in addition to that, I've also know that I have other things that I can put in the environment that are safer options. So I don't have that regret, or as I might have if I had ate the brownie and had my setback for where I want for the week. The next thing is developing scheduled times for you to purchase, prepare, and consume food. If you schedule time for you to cook the food, you're more likely to eat the food. How many of us, we might go to the grocery store, spend a whole hour shopping in the store, come home, or on our way, stop at the fast food restaurant, and then put the food in the refrigerator and never had no intentions to cook it. And then it goes to this nice, lovely place called the trash. So if we schedule time to go to the grocery store, we also need to schedule time to prepare the food. If we schedule the time to prepare the food, we're more likely to make better choices. Okay. All right, next slide. So the Mediterranean diet. So one thing to learn about me, I don't really like to give out the word diet, but I utilize it because that is what this is called. I more or less believe in mindful eating and intuitive eating in my practice. Nevertheless, I wanted to give you some resources along the way. So the Mediterranean diet is really a philosophy of an anti-inflammatory diet. And when I say anti-inflammatory, I mean stress is an inflammatory process. Stress causes us to have, again, those hormone changes along our bodies. Another idea of seeing about stress is, let's do external thing. If I scratch my arm, redness occurs, right? That redness on the skin is stress. My body is responding to something. I can put a topical cream on top of it and the redness might go away. Well, food is thy medicine, right? If that is our approach, then I might not put a topical cream to lower my stress levels. I just or lower the itching or whatever's going on in my body. I will ingest it. So this is where this plays a part for is the Mediterranean diet. So the Mediterranean diet is a plant-based diet with whole grain products, focusing on omega-3 fatty acids. You can just move to the next slide. Thank you so much. And it has a breakdown here. So I know it's a little bit smaller than I wanted it to be, but I just want to show it to you. So for us, our fruits and vegetables, our fruits, we want to try to get 3 servings a day of fruits. It doesn't matter. Try to do the rainbow throughout the week. For us, our vegetables, we want to try to get 5 or more servings of that. It says 4 here, but try to strive with fruits and vegetables in totality, at least 5 to 7 throughout the day, okay? You can integrate fruit and vegetables in different ways, and I'll show you that on the next slide, but don't switch to the next slide at this time. For fish and seafood, it's recommended that you at least get 3 servings a week. For seafood, you can do salmon, you can do herring, you can do tuna. I know we're in the South and it's quite easy accessible from time to time. We'll do tilapia and catfish. Catfish does not really have the same nutritional value as salmon. So because of the omega-3 process, it's more of a fattier fish, but not fattier and a healthier fat for us. That's more of the omega-6s versus the 3s. And the Mediterranean diet. So I'm going to put this with an asterisk there. They focus a lot on wines and different things of that nature because of the culture in the Mediterranean. If your doctor says you can drink wine, great. It has good properties. We're talking about red wines, and we're talking ones that's not high sugar contents of them. A glass of that is 5 ounces. Like I said, if your physician says that for women, and for men, 2 ounces. 2 servings of that, of the 5 ounces. As you can see, for as grains and things of that nature, you'll do 4 servings of that. And a serving size is, say, for instance, a half a cup of whole grain or brown rice or oatmeal or anything of that nature. So I'm going to switch to the next slide about non-cooking options or no-cook options. You can always grab a smoothie. That is my go-to. I am a single woman who has multiple hats and working multiple jobs from time to time. And a smoothie is my best friend. You can grab all these items from your produce section and then go home and get little Ziploc bags, cut up your apples, cut up whatever your fruit, and get you a base, a protein, and some extra fruit, vegetables along the way, and make your smoothie. So right here I have my emerald green smoothie, which this is my go-to smoothie. I get some spinach, some pineapple, some bananas, and a green apple. I put them all in Ziploc bags, put a cup of spinach in there, and I have all of those in the freezer section of my refrigerated freezer. And so in the morning, all I do is grab one up, do a half cup of ice, a half a cup of water, blend it, and go straight out the door. So that's an option. Another option is making your own trail mix or a bento box, which is more or less is more like an adult size Lunchable. There's great recipes on Pinterest that you can look into and to help you make up ideas for recipes along the way. And last but not least, if you don't cook it, that's okay. Meal prep services are out there in this area, or you can utilize any of the grocery stores now. I have a lot of grab and go options. H-E-B, Kroger's, they normally have a complete set, like a salmon, a broccoli, a potato option, something that only costs you about $6 or $7, and it's cheaper than you going to eat a hamburger. So those are options out there that you can select at this time. I believe my last slide is my references. If you want to learn more in regards to mindful eating, the Harvard Health publication website has a great source about mindful eating. Also, I utilize a couple other references in here from some journal articles. And last but not least, if you have any questions for the future, you can always find me at emeraldnutritionsolutions.com. And again, my name is LaShonda Sullivan. I'm a registered dietitian. It's a pleasure to work with you all, and it's a pleasure dealing with you today. Thank you.
LaShonda, it's such a pleasure. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Emotional, caught up with a lot of emotion. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're here, we're sisterhood, and I just noticed that this was the present. Was it the presentation that was emotional for you?
Oh no, I have allergies and now I was like, I need to catch some water before I lose my voice. Sorry, y'all.
I was like, okay.
Gotcha. I'm really passionate about the topic of nutrition.
Yes, absolutely. And the more passion, the more that it seeps in. I was just, I was concerned. I was like, okay, yeah, well, allergies will do that to you. It causes all kinds of, chain reactions. But no, I was like, okay, this is got a lot of emotion going on here. I'm like, what's going on? LaShonda, thank you so much. And it's so important, I think, that people understand what they put in their bodies and how that affects their mental health. And I thank you so much for your presentation here. Nicole said, I've been told that it's not good to combine fruits and veggies. I was told that too, in smoothies, because I was told that it causes a lot of gas when you combine fruits and veggies. Are these cases where that is true? So I don't know, LaShonda, if you wanted to answer that real quick before we
Sure. It depends on, again, what there is gas producing foods. So yeah, it could have an impact across the board, but at the same time, the cost benefit out of it is better than not having the fruits and vegetables in. What you can do is just straight do a veggie smoothie if you want to across the board, instead of doing things that are on a higher glycemic index, such as like the bananas or the pineapples and things of that nature. That will be, for you, that might be a better option, and just more of the neutral base vegetables or fruit. You can do that as well. It depends on each person. So
no, that's a good point. I mean, sometimes doing a smoothie is like the most nutrients I get that day is
right
in that smoothie. So I need my smoothie, because sometimes I drop the ball, during the day and getting all the things that I need to get it put in my body. And so knowing that I had a smoothie, I'm like, oh, okay.
Right. You can pack a lot of punch in that. And you can always do it with a sauce. For instance, if you want to make your own pasta sauce, you can always hide in some more vegetables in there. Just not just doing tomatoes, doing carrots or anything of that nature. Just ways that you can integrate more vegetables throughout the process, especially if that's something you're struggling with. So
absolutely. Well, LaShonda, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for being a part of our Minds Matter Houston second annual event.
All righty, thank y'all.
All right. Okay, so we are winding down. We have one last workshop left. Again, please, ladies, I hope you're enjoying it. Please complete the survey, the survey link that is in the comments if you're watching this on Facebook. Let us know what you like, what you're thinking about this workshop series. We hope to bring you a third annual Minds Matter Houston event. I do see the survey link that was just dropped again. Again, if you want to be a part of our sisterhood, a partner member, if you want to host events, these workshops, please become a partner member. Most of the workshop presenters that you see are partner members. You can sign up to become a partner member at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. Again, it's membership.blackgirlhealth.com. We do these workshops all across the country and in different cities. So without further ado, I'm going to just jump off, and we're going to go to break. And then when we come back, we'll have our last workshop, and that is improving mental health through massages. So we'll be back right after the break.
What did it take for me to overcome breast cancer? It took the crucial first step of choosing MD Anderson Cancer Center. It took a unique multi-team approach and a comprehensive treatment plan so personalized that I trusted my doctors with my life. It took a deeper level of expertise to triumph over breast cancer and handle anything that comes my way.
What will we do in the pursuit of making cancer history? Whatever it takes.
Hey y'all, hey. Can't y'all tell I'm from Texas? First slide, please. So I am Sasha Sumling. I am a licensed massage therapist here in Houston, Texas, where I specialize in pregnancy, postpartum, and infant massage. I'm also a certified birth doula and a certified evidence-based birth instructor. Next slide, please. So, what is massage? A massage is manipulation of tissues, which is stimulated to relieve pressure, as by rubbing, kneading, and tapping with the hand or an instrument for relaxation for therapeutic purposes. I strongly believe the power of touch is healing in a therapeutic manner. If you can notice in this picture, it's me using my hands more so than a tool to manipulate the muscles that I find more beneficial and easier in a massage sessions that I do with lots of lubricants such as oil. Next slide, please. What is a pregnancy massage? A pregnancy massage is done sideline on the massage table. It addresses all pregnancy aches and pains, including pubic and round ligament pain, lower back pain, sacrum pain, tight glutes, and a stiff neck. It is not done face down on a table with the hole cut out. That is because it has lots of strain and pull on the round ligaments, and it also causes strain and tension in the lower back. So when you see those tables that have the large cutouts for the stomach and the breast, those are not ideal to be in because it causes a lot of stress and pull on the round ligaments and in the lower back. Next slide, please. A pregnancy massage also soothes nerves and reduces stress to relax the muscles in preparation for labor. It also improves posture and stress in the joints, circulation, healthy blood flow for both mom and baby. So here's another image of a sideline massage. Next slide. Pregnancy massage also promotes a quick impact from discomfort, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Remember, the power of touch is healing. It lowers the stress hormones, norepinephrine, and increases levels of serotonin and dopamine, which are the happy, feel-good hormones. Another sideline picture here of mom. Next slide, please. What is a postpartum massage? A postpartum massage is a massage done supine and prone. That means face down and face up. This is where you're going to be face down after having a baby. On a massage table to assist with reduction in hip size, relieves fluid retention, returns uterus to normal, and relieves muscle aches and tension. And it's best done within the first 2 weeks after birthing, but any time throughout your postpartum period, which is the 4th trimester, which is 3 months after having the baby. Be mindful that you do have a 4th trimester. Next slide, please. Postpartum massage also promotes healing and recovery after a vaginal or C-section birth. You can have a postpartum massage after a C-section birth. Repair equals recovery. Recovery equals sleep. And then sleep equals loss of baby fat. Okay. All movement of the body is controlled by muscles. Muscles are the most overlooked part of the body. So think about every muscle used in labor. They are overworked. A massage is meant to help the muscles to relax so your body can be at rest to heal. So when you're at rest, you're healing. The power of touch is healing. Repair equals recovery. Recovery equals sleep. Sleep is the loss of baby fat, which is obviously what everybody's looking for during postpartum. That comes with the postpartum massage. Next slide, please. Self-care. The power of touch is healing. Self-care is important because what good is it going to be if you're constantly taking care of somebody else, but you're deteriorating in the process? By Shaun T. Self-care, massage is self-care. Next slide. De-stressing. De-stressing is important during pregnancy and postpartum. De-stressing promotes endurance, gives you strength and a sustainability to do your daily activities. Examples of de-stressing includes massage therapy, stretching, and breathing. So let's look at these three. The first one will be massage therapy on the next slide. Massage therapy, once more, loosen your muscles. It releases stress and anxiety. It promotes blood flow and circulation throughout the body. The power of touch is healing. The power of therapeutic touch is healing for those purposes. Please, please, please note that. Whatever you feel like your body needs to de-stress, just do it. The next thing is stretching. Next slide, please. Stretching. Not only does it wake up the muscles, stretching makes the muscles fluid, movable. Muscles move bone. For example, in preparation for labor, we want the pelvis to shift and spread to make room for a baby to descend. So we have a pelvis here. In preparation for labor, we want the pelvis to be able to shift and spread to make baby to descend nice and low in preparation for labor. It helps to decrease the hour of duration during the pushing stage of labor, then vice versa in postpartum. We need the muscles to be fluid to push the pelvis back into place, not set into place, making it harder to work the muscles to move bone. When I say muscle moves bone, I literally mean just that. If you think about your body having a cricket in your neck, either right or left, and most of the time when we have a crick, it's hard to move, right or left, we're stiff. That's what happens when the muscles are tight or fatigued or dehydrated. Our bodies are not able to function or move right or left. We get into the fixed state of being, and it's hard to move. We have those awkward gaits and so forth. So when the muscles are fluid and more movable, less tension and less stress, the better we're able to function. And in preparation for labor, that's what we want. We want the glutes more so that surrounds the muscles that surrounds the pelvis to be fluid, soft, and loose like jello. That's the benefit of stretching. Next slide, please, is breathing. Breathing brings oxygen to the muscles. Without oxygen going to our muscles, into our brain, things get tight, like I mentioned, and we become fatigued. One of the best ways to do this organically is with laughter. And I mean that very seriously. It's very important. Next slide, please. Okay, time for a laugh break. Corny joke time. What did the bread say after getting a massage? I needed that. Okay, I laugh at my own self. I laugh at my own self. Okay, that's funny. Laughter brings oxygen to the brains and muscles. Next slide, please. Okay, breathing. Fear equals tension. Tension equals pain. A simple touch and a massage on the shoulders, along with deep breaths in and deep breath exhales out, heals the mind and the body. Okay? We go through the day with our shoulders elevated to our ears. And it's not till we get home and we're at rest and we sit down, we finally take that big deep breath. When we should have been doing that throughout the day, breathing. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's practice. Good posture. We're going to take in a big deep breath in, deep breath exhales out. You can do it with your eyes open or closed, but usually I take my deep breaths in with the eyes closed, and then I release and exhale, eyes open. That's how we practice breathing throughout the day. We don't want to be walking around with our shoulders elevated like such and wait till we get home and finally sit down and be like, when we should be just breathing throughout the day, because once more, breathing brings oxygen to our brain, to our muscles, and makes our muscles fluid, less tension, less fear, less pain. Okay, next slide. Stretching. If we don't stretch daily, we can potentially cause fatigue and shortening of the muscles over time. So in a pregnancy massage, I often stretch out my clients during a modality as well. And here's a picture of me stretching my client's arm out in a sideline position. Next slide. Okay, we have a doorway stretch with toe and calf stretching. So when you're not able to get to a massage therapist to stretch you out, you can do these things on your own. This is more beneficial for moms who are carrying babies who often get Charlie horses. Charlie horses are involuntary contractions of the muscles, typically due to dehydration during pregnancy. It's very, very common because we don't intake a lot of water. Advised to drink at least 1 ounce of water a day, plus potassium-rich foods. I know that sounds very hard to do, but one of the best ways to incorporate water into your routine is to get you one of those big gallon jugs, about 64 ounces, fill it up with water, pre-prep lemons, put inside your water with a little bit of ice, and just kind of carry you throughout the day. If you can't drink a lot of water, water-rich foods like melons and stuff are beneficial. The whole purpose is to keep your muscles hydrated. When the muscles are not hydrated, they will cause contractures and Charlie horses. So this is a simple doorway stretch. If you do experience a Charlie horse while sleeping, once that Charlie horse dissipates, you want to get up out the bed, go straight to the doorway and do this stretch. This stretch first starts off with, you stand in the doorway and you place your forearms up against the door panel. Arms should be at a 90 degrees angle. Once you establish that, you're going to place one foot in front of the other in the doorway in an open leg stance. So your feet are going to be 1 foot forward and 1 foot back. Your arms are still placed at a 90-degree angle. You're going to lead in with the dominant leg and lunge forward. You should feel the stretch in your chest and in your shoulders for 30 seconds. Then you're going to bring your feet together after they're out. You're going to bring them together. Arms still are in the doorway. You're going to raise up and down, stretching your calf muscles. That helps relieve the stress and tension in the calves that are usually caused by dehydration in pregnancy, which is caused by the lack of intake of water or water-rich foods. Okay, next slide, please. Wrist flexion and extension. I bring this up again, if you're not able to get to a massage therapist to work out the carpal tunnel that is induced by pregnancy, you can simply get you a mini peanut ball and do self-massage here. If you can't do a therapist, you can always do self-massage yourself. So you take a little mini peanut ball. The first thing you do is you place your forearm on your lap with the peanut ball, like a massage roller, and you're gonna just go from on your lap, just go up and down, like so forth in the pictures. You're gonna flex and extend your hand, move up and down until you feel the stretch. For a full range of motion, turn and twist sideways and move up and down, just shown in those images. And then your third step is to roll the forearm across the mini ball roller in a supine position, palm up, down, and prone is palm facing up is supine, and palm down is prone. Remove the roller from underneath your arm and place in a palm and squeeze for 30 seconds. Now, carpal tunnel and pregnancy is caused by the high blood volume in pregnancy. So the blood volume is doubled, is increased because you're caring for two. The increase in blood volume causes extra fluid and swelling along those nerves, which causes the carpal tunnel pain. So in the event that you're not able to get to a massage therapist, you can do self-massage techniques with the peanut ball, doing the wrist flexion and extension with the stretching movement. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, hamstring flexion and extension. This is again with stretching and pregnancy, and it's also a self-massage modality when you can't get to someone like me who specializes in prenatal massage. Shown in this picture, the mom is sitting on a birthing ball. Please take note of how she is positioned on the birthing ball. She's in a squat position for a purpose, for a reason. She's not sitting with her legs shut, which most moms during this stage of pregnancy shouldn't be able to do anyway because of the pulling of the belly and how big the belly is from the uterus and so forth. So step one, before sitting on the birthing ball, you should straddle as wide as you can in the squat position and sit on the ball where your hamstring, which is the belly at the back of the thigh, will rest on the ball. And then you can flex and extend your knee for 30 seconds. So the mom in this picture, she's sitting in that position. What she'll do is she'll flex and extend her knee for 30 seconds. The massage comes in when she's swaying her hips from side to side. She's going to massage her hamstrings in this motion and promote the movements in her hips. So this next step will be to swing her hips to the left, where the right, swing her hips right to where the right hip shifts out and her torso is at the other direction. I think I'm reading that wrong, but I'm reading it wrong, but I know what I'm trying to say. So what she's doing is she's going to shift her hip out on one end and then her torso goes the other end. So it's going to be like this, back and forth on the ball. And then she's going to rotate her hips or her pelvis in a circular motion to mimic movement of walking and rocking baby once more down into that pelvis here. So what that looks like is just circular motions like such with the hips, pelvis, and then the swaying of the hips from right to left. So this is how we practice massaging of the hamstrings and flexion and extension for stretching, for the power of touch and massage. Next slide, please. Okay. Self-massage for pregnancy and postpartum migraines. I bring up self-massage once more in the event that you're not able to get to a massage therapist. Doesn't mean you can't massage yourself. Most importantly, I like to address migraines, especially in pregnancy. Migraines in pregnancy, once more, comes with the increased blood volume that you have in pregnancy that causes the swelling and extra fluid. Stated in the slide here, there are two sets of nerves that are known to cause migraine attacks if inflamed. They're called the trigeminal nerve and the optical nerve. Using cold can help calm these nerves, hence the word cold. Cold stones, when refrigerated and or on ice, may be used to prevent migraine attacks during pregnancy. Now, cold is used for migraines, not heat. You're going to use white stones, not black. Most people think of hot stones and massage. They go to a spa and they see the black hot stones. We are not to use heat or black stones for migraines. We are to use the cold stones. You can easily find these on Amazon. Cold is for migraines. Heat is for tension and stress in the muscles for the other body parts. Okay, this is actually my daughter in this picture. Anyhow, so the first step, we're going to place the stones across the brow line, and then we're going to press down across the temples. We're going to hold for 10 seconds, and you just repeat 3 times. Rub across the brow line, hold in the temple region, press in for 10 seconds, and then repeat 3 times. Step 3, apply light pressure to the temples, hold for 10 seconds, and move the stones around in circular motions. You can also place stones across the sinus path at the end of each nostril and hold for 10 seconds. And you repeat until the relief is given. Again, these can be refrigerated in water over ice. Self-massage is just as important if you're not able to get to a massage therapist. The most things you want to remember is the temples and the sinus cavity. That's where the migraines are usually triggered at. Next slide. Okay, this went by very quickly. So again, strongly, I believe the power of touch is healing and therapeutically for both mom, baby during pregnancy and postpartum. My personal vision is to use my spiritual talents and vast significant tools to promote inner healing and inner peace to empower women and children in overcoming circumstances, conditions, and diseases so they can share their testimonies of inner recovery day to day. You can find me at massagmama.net. My cell phone number is listed. Email address is sssumling at massagmama.net, and my Instagram handle is at massage.mama.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sasha. Thank you for being a part of Minds Matter Houston. Thank you for all that wonderful information about getting massages during pregnancy. I think someone said use cold stones for migraines. Yes. That's funny. I love the power of a touch. Yes. Definitely. So, yeah, thank you for being a part of Minds Matter Houston and a part of, just this, this whole mission today. So thank you for your presentation, and until next time.
Until next time. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. So everyone, it's over. We're done. The workshop series is over. Minds Matter Houston. We did it again, right? I hope everyone enjoyed all the workshops today. Again, in the comments, we have our survey. So please just drop us a line. Let us know how we did, what workshop you liked. And again, if you want to be a part of our sisterhood, this seems like something you want to be a part of, like you're a professional and you're a masseuse or you're a therapist, you're a health coach, you're a naturopathic doctor, you're a doctor, whatever, and you want to host different workshops, join our membership, become a partner member at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. Excuse me. So we want you to be a part of the sisterhood, and we want people to become members so that they can help us educate other African American women across the country. So again, I would like to thank our partners, our sponsors, MD Anderson Cancer Center. Thank you again for being a partner and a sponsor for our Minds Matter Houston event once again. So thank you so much. Thank you, Beaumont Public Libraries, for also being a partner. Thank you for all our presenters, our workshop presenters, and our kickoff presenters for being a part of this mission and program. We could not have done it without everyone. So I hope you again enjoyed this workshop series. Hope to see you guys again for Minds Matter Houston in 2023. All right. Bye, y'all.
Sometimes we need the extra encouragement. We need support. And Black Girl Health is a movement.
Oh, I love getting all the emails with the recipes and now the new workout videos that we get daily. I now get CrossFit videos right to my email. So that means that it holds me accountable and I have something to do every day.
I work out of Pies Fitness Yoga Studio, and so it just helps to bring more people into my class, know that I'm out there teaching yoga in the community.
Being a BJH member means connecting with other women, networking, and being a part of a movement.
I am Kim Nelson Wright, and I am Black Girl Health.
I'm Kimberly Perry, and I am Black Girl Health.
Sherelle Moore Tucker, and I am Black Girl Health.
What did it take for me to overcome breast cancer? It took the crucial first step of choosing MD Anderson Cancer Center. It took a unique multi-team approach and a comprehensive treatment plan so personalized that I trusted my doctors with my life. It took a deeper level of expertise to triumph over breast cancer and handle anything that comes my way.
What will we do in the pursuit of making cancer history? Whatever it takes.